Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. Yeah.
Welcome everybody to tonight's coverage of the Titan Esports Divinity League. I'm What's-a-Birdie, and joining me tonight, as per usual, is Golden Gad. How you doing tonight, Golden?
Oh, I'm doing great. Ready for another night of Divinity, of course. And today we've got quite the banger matchup. It's going to be Conduit Esports versus Dorado Gaming. The top two standings currently, 5-1, both apiece, and I'm pretty excited to see who ends up taking it as well, since this does kind of determine who's going to take that first seed and get luckily placed against that whoever ended up taking fourth seed, most likely.
Yeah, I believe if I've done my math correctly, the winner of this game is going to lock in guaranteed playoffs. Even if they lose the rest of their matches, I think they will still be above the rest of the teams in the league. So pretty exciting stuff for both these teams that are fighting for that first place spot in the league. On one side, we do have Dorado Gaming Lambda, which is a team that, like, at this point, everybody knows a Dorado squad, whether you're in Titan, you're in Aegis, you're in Risen, wherever. There's going to be a Dorado squad where you are, and they're going to have some good players on their squad. Like tonight, we have Walk Warlock, Islamic Samurai, Efron, Riv 60, and Sunrai.
Yeah, and most notably Emerald 3. So, before the league had begun, started at Plat 2, a nice climb there for Walk Warlock. And I think it's important to note one specific stat we did end up getting before this game started was we have a brotherly matchup, I believe, between Walk and one of the players on Conduit. We'll shout that out when we do get there. But, the rest of the teams, I think the most notably Efron sitting at Gold 2, the lowest ranked player in the match. So we'll see, can Efron punch against that above that weight class and really stand out in this next match? Yeah,
obviously rank isn't everything, but sometimes, you look at ranks and you're like, we got a gold player up against a diamond player. I don't know exactly how this is going to go, but nothing like that will be seen on today. But like you mentioned, we do have the brotherly battle between Walk Warlock and Socks to Thighs. They won't be matched up in the same lane, of course, but Socks to Thighs over there in the mid lane trying to knock his brother down a peg or two, as Dorado has been on quite a streak of wins recently and are looking to secure that top seed coming into playoffs.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Conduit is still the number one right now with the highest record as far as game score is concerned. So sitting at a pretty 11-2 means, pretty much flawless besides that one BO3 loss that they did end up taking. So if anything, probably still slightly favored just based off that, because these, pretty dominant wins across the board. But it's still going to be a pretty close game. And we were talking before this stream that predictions are going to be kind of tough. Like, just without seeing the draft, it's a hard call. Just based off vibes, purely, I'm putting out, that Conduit will take maybe 2-1 over Dorado. That's my personal opinion. We'll see what ends up actually shaking up throughout this day. But what are you feeling?
I'm feeling a Dorado 2-1. I think they're a organization and a team that always tends to scale up over the course of the season, and they started off strong this split and have continued to only get stronger since then. I think a lot of their toughest matches are already behind them. I think they have TFF left in their matchup bracket as they're one of their last matches left to do, but we are already hopping here into the draft for this game number one. Viego and the Shyvana immediately take it off the board. The Shyvana was something we were talking about a little bit before the game started. There were some opinions being expressed by the casters and producers over here.
Yeah, Shyvana, a champion that Islamic Samurai has been playing a ton in solo queue, of course. So we'll see. Seeing that band is not too much of a surprise. Hwei, pretty notable pick that shuts down a lot of matchups. Very, very neutralizing pick there. Brand, a very notable ban. Of course, you were talking highest win rate, pretty high presence as well.
75% win rate over 18 games, I think, currently is the Brand. So not too shocking to see that one band. A lot of these AP junglers already taken off the board with that Lilia and the Brand. Even the Shyvana, if you want to consider her kind of an AP jungler. So what it has left up is a lot of the AD carry pool, which means that Ashe will be the first available pick for CPX down there to domination on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it's notable, this Ashe can be flexed to support still. That's not a dead champion, can be played in both roles. And especially if you're going to lock in something like Zeri, that is very prone to a double 80 carry setup that could shut that down. So we're going to see if they end up playing it. And also, picking Zeri into Ashe always feels a little bit bad since you lose so much movement speed when you are actually dueling there. But a nice supplemental pick here for the Ivern. I do love Ivern when you do have that Zeri. Allows your support to play a little bit more aggressive, either something that can poke out to match the opposing support, or just some engage that you definitely do need in these comps. But Nocturne, an interesting pick, trying to match the speed of an Ivern clear here, and will have as much pressure when it does come to level 6, and in these team fights, maybe not going to be as useful as that Ivern, but I still like it nonetheless. But the Nautilus is going to be the lock-in, so no double AD carry shenanigans. It's going to be a traditional AD carry plus engage combo there in the bot lane for Conduit.
Yeah, it also pulls the Nautilus away from the Zeri, which is such a good pairing in that bottom side, because Nautilus, as a champion, really is able to keep their own AD carry safe with the amount of crowd control that they have available. And with what I'm assuming is going to be a blind Aatrox here for Dorado, it means we do have a bit of a mismatch here in the draft. It is the support versus the top lane. So I do wonder if Conduit Esports are going to try and narrow down that support pool a little bit more, or maybe they're going to look to take away some of that mid pool that is still up and available for Efron.
Yeah, I think taking away the mid pool is a good idea. I'd like to see something like a Talia maybe get banned as well. It is still, it won't be going over to that jungle, but I think it does quite well into Aatrox and Zeri, so maybe something that they could look to ban here. Gwen off the table as well, so a little bit of these more scary picks here for Aatrox to outscale in particular, and a nice Braum ban to actually, Braum always does traditionally extremely well into Nautilus, so I do like that getting taken off the table.
Yeah, I think the Braum ban is really good here. I'm wondering what support. You were talking about engage, and I was talking about what support that we're going to lock in. It's going to be the simplest engage champion you could possibly pick. It is the Leona there to match up alongside that Zeri. It's a little bit weaker in the early game because Leona is that kind of level 2 all-in or die kind of champion, whereas Zeri is like, no, let's just hang back a little bit. Let's scale a little bit. Let's get like some items on the belt before we start trying to one-shot people. But maybe Leona does enough damage on her own to just win those trades anyway, but it is going to be the Renekton there for Conduit Esports Phoenix now, alongside the Cassio as the blind pick mid here for Socks to Thighs, kind of throwing down the gauntlet here, saying, what do you have that you can match up versus this?
Yeah, and it's something with grounded, so that actually does deny a lot of the strength, and the Talia is going to get locked in on the other side. So, a lot of area denial mid laners here. We have Cassio and Talia, kind of two classics in that regard here, and that's going to be pretty interesting since these are quite consistent damage dealers, and then you have a little bit of engage in your support. You have the duelers in the top lane, Aatrox, Renekton. Whoever gets really ahead in that matchup generally ends up snowballing. Obviously, Renekton has a bit of an easier time in general as far as actually scaling up for that mid-game spike, but Aatrox still has the potential to win, especially since this Ivern is going to be walking around, and you really never can... Ivern's one of those champions you can't really find the pacing of compared to some of the other junglers. It's like, oh, he could be anywhere.
Literally
deal with that.
Could be anywhere. This is the newly changed Aatrox. I say new, it's been a couple of patches now, but now with that E-scaling now, with max health, he's moved away from the lethality, profane Hydra kind of builds, and is now moving on towards his Bruiser, Overlord's Bloodmail, Sterax Gauge kind of builds, which I personally like to see a lot more. But we are stepping onto the rift here for game number 1 between Conduit Esports Phoenix and Dorado Gaming Lambda.
Yeah, pretty excited to see actually how this Nocturne will path. Obviously, this champ just loves going to rush a level 3, but Ivern's one of those champs that can be susceptible to some coordinated invades. And with Nocturne getting a couple extra camps, that could be a potential there to actually kind of accelerate the Nocturne to a point where it does become strong. They are going to go for a deep ward here, but I don't think anything else is going to come of it. But I'm still curious to see if they'll end up doing anything. They should have lane prio, at least in the bot lane, and maybe even mid, depending on how Cassio does end up finding these Qs. So they might be able to do something there, but it could just be a traditional 6 camp clear, 0 risk, and just feel good about that instead. So we'll see if they find anything.
Yeah, the thing that I think I'm most interested to see in this early game, at least, is what can Islamic Samurai do on this Ivern pre-level 6, because we know level 6 on Nocturne is when you really start to get that power spike. As might be a face check here for Sunrai into Not So Dark. I'm going to trade Aftershocks 1-for-1, but Sunrai definitely taking the worst of this so far. He's about 2/3 of his HP before he's forced to walk away. That's a big win for Trash Panda Not So Dark there on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that's a good awareness there to just sit in that bush. Nothing was going to happen with a level 1 Ivern, so good call out there to just get that lane prio. And smartly, I'm not seeing any more leashes. I know first week I came in, there were a couple teams still leashing. You don't need to do that. Let your jungler spread their wings. They can deal with the buffs on their own. So and that's kind of the result. If you want a good case of why you shouldn't be leashing, you want to get that lane dominance early. And it was like, something established before, but Dorado Gaming with a astounding, I've never seen a stat line like that, 73% draft edge here. So we'll see if that actually does come to fruition.
Yeah, I think ProComps does really like this Ivern pick, and I do too. But again, I think the question is, what can you do pre-level 6? Because Nation on the Nocturne needs that ultimate to start get on the map, to start to get active. But Ivern can really just have run on the map before that, especially with that Friend of the Jungle passive. And combine that with the Glacial Augment that Islamic Samurai opted to take, it means that one route landing should probably just mean either a Flash Force or a dead laner, as we're going to see Islamic Samurai now. Colorado these bottom can't start to pick him up, as I think it's to say Smite on the ground, which should just get him to level 3, and that means that Islamic Samurai is now free to start running around the map and getting some ganking done.
Interesting pathing here by Nation. I haven't really seen this kind of path where, you know, red Krugs into blue and then going back down. Really scared of a bot level 3, it looks like, but nothing's going to land, so just going to have to clear back up towards it. So it's going to be a little bit delayed on this full clear, surprisingly, and Ivern should get to top before anything can happen.
Yeah, I think Dabs is going to have to be a little bit worried about here, especially with this wave state as is. It's going to start to push his way, so it shouldn't be too much threat of a gank if he can just keep his eyes out. And Islamic Samurai spotted on that board there in the Tri-Brush means that this should just be Dabs playing a little bit safer, and it should just be the top Scuttle Crab going over to Islamic.
Yeah, this should be an easy claim up. Does have that smite, so just going to grab it up. And yeah, not too far behind, but Islamic Samurai are going to path immediately back up, but Dabs respecting it wisely. Probably not going to be able to get a dive here, but a nice crash should get Walk Warlock out of this lane and into their first reset, so that should be pretty good there. And yeah, I think this is pretty bog standard here for both junglers, but no Scuttle Crab, crucially for Nation, so going to have to do another full clear. Does want to hit that level 6.
Yeah, I think, though, overall, this is probably good for Conduit Esports, because, again, Nation wants to hit that level 6 before too much on the map starts to happen. You want to let your jungler get that all-important ulti before you start letting your map get a little bit run rampant. So the fact that Islamic Samurai hasn't been able to find anything just yet and has been kind of stuck just clearing the jungle, walking around looking for opportunities, it's a good shout for Conduit Esports, at least in this early game. We'll see what they can do with the advantage that's been handed to them.
Yeah, Islamic Samurai sneaking in for this lane gank. Nocturne in the area, but spotted on that minion there. Just walking forward. Of course, you can't really predict how these melee minions are going to move, but looking for something. Sunrise could have actually looked for an opportunity there, but going to respect the fact that they don't know at all where Nocturne is.
Outsider now walking up. They have Nation in the area, but he's going to get rooted up by Islamic Samurai, so we have to wait for at least a little bit. But Sunrise already taken very, very low. Solarflame not available. Sunrise just getting way too low, but it's going to be first blood over to Riv 60 as he dashes in with a little bit of a pew. Nation now the one forced to be in trouble. Flash still available for Riv 60 if they want to chase it down a little bit further. Red buff on from Islamic Samurai. There's that zap, right clicks him down. Riv 60 picks up the second kill. It's a huge win for Dorado on the bottom side.
Yeah, the extra survivability there from Leona's W and the Ivern Shield. Able to do a lot of work there and finds the first blood and a second trade kill over into the pocket of Riv 60, and that's exactly what you want to see if you are that Zeri. Get accelerated early. It means that this champ will be relevant no matter what, because the whole problem is Zeri's early game is not so easy, but getting those kills will be monumental as we shift over, and that's the effect. Ivern versus Nocturne pre-6, you know?
Yeah, I think it also is interesting to call out. You saw on your screen there, this is the first time Islamic Samurai has played the Ivern here in Titan in 30 games this split. It's not the usual pick that we expect to see out of him, but if I'm remembering my bands right, I think this is something that's been taken away from him quite a few times. So I wonder if is this just this champion doesn't normally get allowed through for Islamic Samurai, or is this something new that he's trying to pull away from Nation?
Definitely looked very experienced on the clear, I'll say that. Like, you can't first time Ivern, you kind of need to practice what the clear you actually go for. So I'd say definitely a practice pick. Didn't get to play it any other opportunities, so this is going to first one and making a good show of it so far.
Yeah, really big deal to be able to do that experience clear, like you mentioned. It's not a champion that you really can just first pick any time around and have to, like, just work your way through it, but for now, after that bottom side scuffle, it is a bit of a slower game now, as Daz is going to get a nice trade there into Walk Warlock, but Yeah, the game's slowing down a little bit, and I think, again, it's probably good for Conduit Esports. They had decent scaling with their Casio and with their Ashe, but if you look over to the other side, you're thinking about late game Ivern, late game Zeri, late game Aatrox with all that support behind him. Could get very, very dangerous. I think we're in for some potential blood past that 15-20 minute mark.
Yeah, and I'm always someone that can that thinks about how comps are once it's broken down a lot. Like you get rid of some of those layers that are a little bit more advantageous for Dorado. It should just be a normal trade here.
Nice trade back, though, from Socks to Thighs. Gets at least a little bit of health back, but losing out on the majority of that from some nice seismic shoves from Efron. I think one more lands. That might just be a lethal range, even with only Phase Rush available to that Talia. It is the Conqueror for Socks to Thighs, so if that trade goes any longer, you start to get that Conqueror healing, that extra bit of AP, and you get into a danger zone there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Talia definitely still a threat if you do end up landing that volley. Even in mid, does not really matter at this stage. The champion is extremely powerful at zone control. Not so dark, looking for something.
Level 6 is available for the 80 carries, but not for the supports just yet. But important to note, junglers also have that level 6 mark available for them. So I think it's just a matter of whether Not So Dark or Sunrise gets that level 6 first, whereas who can pull the trigger on this Dragonflight. But looks like neither of them are actually going to get on this wave, so it's just going to be Dorado saying, hey, we've got level 6 on our Ivern, we've got level 6 on our Zeri. If Conduit really wants to fight us over this dragon, we're happy to take it.
Yeah, and this is Nocturne, no real way out, especially without Flash, so probably no opportunity for an easy steal. Just going to opt for a reset, it looks like. Might be backing onward, can't see, but Efron just going to deny it. And yeah, pretty well played there. Nice showing there for Islamic Samurai, and good use of the push there that they've had in bot lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, the ulti there for Efron didn't manage to catch the wave before it hit the tower. That level 1 Talia ult just a little bit too low. As we're getting some words from Cherry, one of the coaches and drafting supports there for Dorado. Islamic Samurai has been playing a lot of support this split, as opposed to that jungle that we normally see him in. And their 80 carry Riv 60 doesn't play a lot of Rengar, so that's why we haven't been seeing too much Ivern.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair description of why we're not seeing Rengar in a competitive league. You know, no other reason.
No other reason, absolutely not. But now Not So Dark with the level 6 available, they're going to look for an all-in engage onto the bottom side. It's the depth charge on to Riv 60, but the target is Sunrise. Trying to burst down this Leona. He gets a nice solar flare down on to the Nautilus. Can Riv 60 get some sort of trade back? It's a flash away from Not So Dark. Trash Panda continuing the trades of autos. That Presty tag working nicely for both of them, but overall it is going to be Conduit Esports coming out ahead on the trade. A nice little first ulti there for Nation.
Yeah, Leona's so tanky though. You saw how long it took to actually break through that champion with all damage getting pumped in. So, gonna be a continuous problem throughout this game. And I was talking about it earlier before I got interrupted, but the I'd say it's very important to get this Casio ahead for the comp of Conduit. I think it does kind of round out the comp, and you need that champion to be online, but it's not gonna be easy, especially because Talia is so good at zoning Casio in particular.
Yeah, we are going to see the grubs start to get contested here. Dorado does not want to let Conduit Esports have 6. It is first rotate from Not So Dark. Sunrise now on the way, so it should be like a 3v3 or 4v4 maybe over these grubs if we see any sort of a fight, but it seems like Dorado are just walking in and claiming the space. Conduit Esports, without that ultimate from Nation, I think are just a little bit too scared to try and find that engage, so it'll just be 3-for-3 grubs traded for both sides.
Yeah, and so far Dorado's been making the map movements look easy, especially because, you know, they do have Ivern, so they aren't on a 60, I don't know the cooldown now, maybe 80-second timer every time Nocturnal is up to actually look for plays, so they're definitely abusing that fact, and they're going to pick up a grub, which I'd say is pretty effective, especially with their comp. I don't think that Conduit has particularly good wave clear, so it should be a lot more easy for them to just start hitting these turrets as the game goes on.
Yeah, I don't think either side really is like desperate to have the grubs, but neither side is like, we're going to lose the game if we don't have them, so I'm not too shocked to see 3-for-3 go on
115.
that way.
Wow, this champ's nerfed, guys.
Yeah, 115 seconds on that rank 1 ulti is really, really rough. You got 2 minutes to try and waste time before you get that ultimate back on, but now it's back on for Nation, so we saw good use out of that first ulti, getting some influence down onto the bottom side. Now I wonder if we're going to see some sort of same influence on the second one, as Nation is starting the path down here, and Not So Dark is in a position that they could look for an engage, depth charge available, chain of crystal arrow available, but you keep your eyes on that cleanse from Route 60 because it's not up and it's not going to be up for a while. So if an Asher lands on this Zeri, it could just be a dead AD carry.
Yeah, Nasian just waiting in the wings, trying to look for something, but this wave is about to crash, and that means no play is going to be able to happen, so just going to be called off. Nasian going to go towards mid, pinging towards it. Perhaps can find something if Efron takes a unwise move, but might be able to just clear the way from a distance and be fine here.
Yeah, it seems like Efron at least has some sort of inkling that this might happen playing up towards that top side of the map. Just trying to keep safe for now, get some extra damage onto Soxa Thighs, but they're going to try and engage for the flash on to this Talia. Just going to absolutely knock him down. Nation forced to flash to not die to the turret shots. Nice flash from Efron is going to get that one, but it's 2 flashes traded for 1, but you get that kill in the mid lane. Messy, but it works.
Yeah, I'd say messy, but it works. A little bit too late on the flash R there for the Casio to actually get the turn to stone, you know. But
Yeah.
just gonna flash away, but there's still so much damage on top since the Q did land for the Casio, so at least able to find something. Sonic Samurai spotted.
They're looking for a potential engagement on Not So Dark. It's a flash forward from Sunrai, but that's a little bit of a Spider-Man from Not So Dark to get over to the wall, but I think the CC might just be able to come through. One more Zenith Blade, and Rift 60 is now going to go on a killing spree, picking up that 3rd kill of the game on this area.
Yeah, pretty impressive play there. I mean, it looked a little bit forced, but that's the power of Leona. You have that ranged engage, finds the ult, and
You really
gonna
can
make it
just
count.
say go.
Yeah, you really can. That is how that goes. But I'm kind of surprised to see no action in this top lane at all. You know, usually Aatrox or Nectin is like a pretty jungle focus kind of matchup, but it's just been, you know, solitary. They're just chilling up there, poking
Yeah,
in.
you see, they both have plated steel caps, which means that it's very difficult for either one of them to kill the other without their first item completed. So they're just going to hit each other a little bit, and nobody's really going to die because they're both just going to out-sustain the damage they do.
Yeah, extremely, you know, riveting gameplay up there in the top lane.
Incredible stuff. It's not been the usual that we've seen here on the Divinity broadcast. I think we've seen a lot of top lane action in our past few series, whether it's jungle influence or top laners just wanting to scrap and fight all day, but it's what we're looking Dabs just kind of handshaking and saying, hey, we're both playing bruisers, we want to get like an item and a half, 2 items before we really start going, and I think they're both happy to just farm it out.
Maybe this is why they're at the top of the league. They just bot lane focus. Like, it's a little bit different from our other teams where it's a lot of top lane.
If you've been paying attention at all to pro play, AD carries are pretty broken, so it's not too shocking to see these teams play for their bottom sides. You have champions like Ashe, Zeri, Tristana, Caitlyn, Lucian, Ezreal, lots of picks that are available as Daz is going to get a little trade there into Warlock, shred some armor, but now the World Ender popped. We were just talking about it being so peaceful, and now the ultis are flying out. They're looking for some lethals, but now Nation flying in the near side to try and knock down with the redemption. It's such a huge amount of healing, but it's not going to be enough healing to keep Warlock up. Daps is going to find that kill on the top side.
Yeah, very well played there. Nice timing there on the ultimate there from Nation as well. Finds the gank, and hey, anytime we speak, something happens. That's just how it goes. It's some type of caster curse, I gotta say. Between whenever we call no action has happened at all, it's always action right afterwards. So it seems like they're listening in.
Yeah, despite the 7-8 minutes delay that we have between game time and here, they're definitely listening. But I will say, importantly, after this ulti, Nation is going to be on a lot shorter of a cooldown. Not level 11 yet, but does have that hex tech, that experimental hex plate in inventory. So that's about 30 ultimate ability haste, if I remember right. So a lot shorter cooldown on this ult than the next. But so far for Nation, it has been every ult has found some value here in the game. And for a Nocturne, that's pretty much perfect early gameplay. You love to see it.
That is pretty much all you want to see. I mean, you locked this champion for one reason only. And now, 86 seconds. So coming on a minute and a half. So not too bad, all things considered. And it's only going to get lower from here. Yeah, exactly. But just going to farm it up, going to get these camps going, and I think across the board there isn't too many big leads, I'd say. I mean, the gold has been pretty much even throughout the game, a bit skewed towards Conduit after that last kill. But besides that, it's just even. CS even pretty close. A little bit of a lead towards mid, of course. And Efron looking towards his bot side does have the Weaver's Wall.
Has the Weaver's Wall, but is on a ward. Trash Panda is going to get that cleanse burned away. Gets to the other side of that Weaver's Wall, and now it's not so dark again. Maybe paying the price for his AD carry since the CC lockdown is coming through. And now Nation looking for a re-engage. Dabs does have that dominance, and now on the back line, through 60, cleanses and flashes away. Is going to be there in time, but a slice and dice from Dabs will knock him down. Trash Panda will find Sunrise as well. Efron trying to kite away. The Stone Gaze doesn't manage to find the value on that stun. Efron getting a little bit of extra damage, but now with that Rift Herald summoned, maybe there's a dive opportunity here, but I think they're just going to look to crash it in for some plates and try and just, not even plates actually, it's 17 minutes, but they're going to lock down the first turret and get some extra value off of that bottom side play.
Yeah, extremely good coordination there, finds the TP flank there on that ward for Dabs, and that's actually very impressive play, finds Riv 60, the Fed member of Dorado Gaming. It's going to make it count. Walk Warlock, no TP to match because of that that kill earlier. Means that they are going to come away with a lead, but at least trading over this turret means the gold's going to get squished just a little bit, but it's still 2k lead over to Conduit Gaming anyways.
Yeah, I think huge. The TP mismatch timer there between Dabs and Walk Warlock. Walk not being able to join that fight means that, you know, Dabs is able to get in there and you have a little bit of extra value. The Stride Breaker there for the Renekton means that not only do you get that Hydra passive in lane, but that extra bit of slow for when Riven just try to dash away from you. There's a lot of slows that are coming out onto this Zeri, just making her life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and Renekton, if Renekton's able to get on your AD carry, that's probably the only scenario where Renekton's going to stay relevant in these team fights. So we're going to need to see more of those kind of flanks in the future, so we'll see. And it's only getting harder from here. I'd say those lane ganks are a little bit easier. There's a reason TP is not unlocked until level 12 or 12 minutes in or 10 minutes in.
I think they brought it down to 10 minutes because it used to be 14. You used to have to wait for plates to fall off, but
yeah, now
10 minutes you get your TP active and you can start to make some influence on the map. And speaking of making influence on the map, Socks to Thighs teleporting in here to the mid lane wants to make sure that Conduit Esports gets their hands on this dragon and does not let Dorado set themselves to a soul point.
Yeah, pretty well played. Walk, very scared.
Yeah, I'm scared for a reason. Islamic Samurai caught out in their own jungle. Goodbye, Ivern, and goodbye the flash of Walk Warlock as well. Nice little flank there from Not So Dark and Socks to Thighs means that no jungle threat. This camps are gone. The dragon's gonna be gone. Nice showing there for Conduit Esports.
Yeah, Conduit is kind of just running away with this at this point. They need to. Dorado has to stabilize just a little bit, find some waves to push, like. And just kind of catch waves. I don't think they are in a great position to fight since Ivern is not at the 2-item power spike, but Weaver's Wall going to come through.
They're looking for Nation, but that Weaver's Wall is actually going to zone off the rest of his squad. Nobody can get through that choke point with the wall still up, which means that Nation will survive after losing the flash of the ult.
Yeah, and pretty good play there. Does lose flash, but that doesn't matter that much for Nocturne. You will have ult that sticks no matter what. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's, as I said, it's looking tough, and that's another bit of resources gone here for Dorado, and, you know, soon Asher will be up, you got the Nautilus ult coming back up. These are things that are very scary in side lanes, especially, even in mid, to catch someone out, so, you know, look towards Baron soon, 20 minutes now on the clock, they could actually find something if they do land that enchanted crystal arrow, of course, and that's why Asher's so strong.
I do think the resources that matter the most for this Dorado squad are these bottom lane summoners, Riv 60. The real carry for this team when you are drafting something like an Ivern, because, yeah, your Talia is going to be able to do well enough, and Walk Warlock is actually building towards lethality on the Aatrox, which I very much disagree with, but your damage really is going to come through onto this Zeri. She's your main character. She's your carry of the game. She's got about 10 seconds on that cleanse. We're going to have to keep our eye on that for that enchanted crystal arrow. And Flash is still about a minute away, so Riv 60 positioning in these fights is going to be very, very important coming up on this next Dragon fight and on the Baron fight especially.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. I think like they're trying to rely on Leona being frontline, but with, you know, I think the Warmogs is just outside range currently, but with one more item it should be fine. So
this is post nerf Warmogs. You need 1500 health now to activate it. 1500 bonus health especially, I should say. So support item plus Warmogs doesn't get you above that threshold anymore. So Sunrai needs at least, I think, another Kindle Gem, maybe a Ruby Crystal to get that online. But it's going to take a second before that regen starts to really be active.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty impactful. I mean, Ivern does add a lot of, you know, extra tanky stats, just, you know, the invisible kind. So we'll end up seeing what they do end up picking up. And yeah, Ivor now at Moonstone, so I think if you're going to find a fight, you want to bait out some of these larger cooldowns for the side of Conduit and then look for a re-engage of some sort with that Leona ultimate. I think that's pretty much optimal for their side, but they're going to go for something.
Asian wants to try and find Riv 60, but has that dash over the wall, and now Sunrai is the target. Very tanky on this Leona, is going to get that solar flare down on the Nation, but it's a knockup onto 2 from that depth charge. Sunrai still alive on this front line, by the way, just happily tanking it up, and Riv 60 firing away on this area. He's going to try and find Not So Dark, picks himself up a double kill. They're going to force the flash out of Trash Panda as well. Huge turnaround from Dorado there, nicely played.
Yeah, and right as I call it, they did exactly that. They disengaged from the initial engage and then wasted a bit of those cooldowns that are so important. You know, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Depth, you know, Nautilus ult, and of course the Paranoia as well. So all those ultimates went down, and then afterwards the extended fight went the way of Riv 60 since under turret, completely safe to actually, you know, fight it out and find those kills. So Dorado finds at least something back in the game, and the snowball will be stopped at the very least.
Yeah, I was just like, hang on, whoa, Riv 60 1v1's Trash Panda mid? What? Okay, we're going to go back and get a replay on that, but I was just about to comment on, like, oh, I don't really like this Zeri build that much. It feels very low damage when you get into team fights, because while, like, you're getting a lot of stacks on your passive, and that static chip, when it procs, is going to do quite a bit, but, you know, static chip plus Runeheads is not like your high damage, your 80 carries bursting through everybody kind of frontline shredder build. This is really I'm going to do consistent damage, it's going to be slow, but I'm going to get kills every time.
Yeah, and you already have the consistent damage from that Talia, of course, but, like, I could see the thought process. There aren't any super tanks in this game, so you won't have to worry about it too much, but here's that solo kill. Riv 60 gets out of the top, and Trash Panda just believes in the damage, but takes everything and actually just goes down. Riv 60 with the damage there. Pretty, I'd say slightly disrespectful, but I wouldn't expect to go down that easily, but everything does land here for Riv 60, so well played in that matter.
The Phantom Dancer versus the Runeheads, I guess, even with the extra stats that the Phantom Dancer is giving you alongside a passive that does something in a 1v1 as opposed to the Runeheads passive for Riv 60, it just ends up working out in his favor. I would have thought for certain that, look, if I'm playing as Trash Panda there, I take that 1v1 all day. I think I win that.
Yeah, but not going to find it. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up, but the vision's going to start getting difficult with all these Iron bushes in the area, so they're trying to walk it in. Sunrise does have the solar flare to find something, but they're just going to need to try and breach their way in. But they're going to cut the mid wave here, so this is actually a good play here.
Pretty much all summoners up for everybody. We're missing the flashes off of this Conduit Esports bottom lane, but cleanses, ignites, flashes, almost all available. Just a couple of TPs that we're missing aside from those bottom lane flashes from Conduit Esports. Now, Dragon going to be started up by Dorado. And again, these Iron Rushes, like you said, make life so difficult. The Sunrise gets an engage in, but is just going to be walking right away. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to land on to Islamic Samurai. They're maybe looking for an engage, but now Walk Warlock dashing forward into the front. He's got that World Ender on. Daz is actually just getting blown up in this front line. He's tanked, but he's not that tanky. As Sauce and Mice is going to go on a killing spree now. This fight does go over to Islamic Samurai, but the fight looks like it's all Conduit for now. 4v3 now in this pit, trying to shut down the important members. Sauce has already found Riv 60, and now Samurai going to be the next to fall. Conduit Esports, you lose the Dragon, but you take the fight. You'll take that all day.
Yeah, I mean, Riv 60 just in a terrible position there. Gets caught out immediately as soon, you know, trying to kite away from Dabs, but right into the waiting arms of Not So Dark. So pretty impressive stuff there. They're going to find Riv 60 been so consistent for the squad throughout this game, but, you know, pretty tough positioning is going to mean that they do go down, and should be at least some vision in the area of Baron. Maybe they can find another pick and snowball it over, but it's not going to be any big objective secure here. Just a bit of gold in the pocket of Conduit.
Yeah, it is going to be Conduit extending their lead a little bit now, about 3,000. As Islamic Samurai on the wrong side of a fight again. It didn't be able to get away thanks to that blast cone, but Sox Advice still wants to chase down the tree. Now maybe in trouble actually, as the rest of Dorado's going to come to support their jungler. Walk Warlock finds that shutdown. A great collapse from Dorado there. Might actually net them their own control over this Baron pit.
Yeah, just trading over. I mean, that was a little bit unfortunate there for Sock to Thighs, and you know, you're just gonna have to deal with that. And that is that momentum. It seemed like for sure Islamic Samurai was gonna go down, but that blast plant did so much work there, so a little bit unfortunate. But here's that replay on that fight in the Dragon Pit. You're gonna just watch Riv 60's positioning here. You know, gets forced away, has near sight, of course, and then immediately the depth charge comes out, and Not So Dark is just gonna stun up onto Riv 60, and you know, it's pretty much it. Yeah, and then at the tail end of the fight, Trash Panda pretty much untouched, so this should just be a free win here for that side. At the very least, Efron does get away with their life, but Sunrai goes down as a trade, some recompense, and then Islamic Samurai just walks it out. So pretty impressive stuff there from Conduit, but they need to make it happen again after Socrates Dies does go down.
Yeah, a rough fight there for Dorado. Again, they net the Dragon for themselves out the fight, so they're at least set to soul points, so they have the opportunity to get themselves into a potential future play as that Enchanted Crystal Arrow launched into mid lane is going to land on the Sunrise, a very tanky Leona, but maybe not that tanky, actually. Socrates Dies rips them apart with the twin fangs. Goodbye, Leona. Oh my goodness.
Pretty much optimal conditions there, stunned straight onto the grounded from the Leona, onto the Leona, so pretty impressive that they do find that. And now, you know, that's the kind of picks you want to see, and they did commit the Paranoia, but that should be up quite soon now, level 14 on that Nocturne, so, you know, the plays are just going to keep happening, and it's how Dorado can kind of coordinate to find things on the side lanes, in my opinion, because they do have a bit better of a side laning, I'd say, with the Talia ability to roam, and then the TPs also coming through as well, so we'll see, but, you know, I don't know how much easier these fights are going to get. I think the Dragon Pit one should have been good optimal conditions where you're making Conduit walk into you, but it didn't actually work out. And now Dabs has a great opportunity to take down Warlock on this bot side. Level 16 versus 14, this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is also a different kind of Aatrox build. This is not the Bruiser that we expected to see, but the Assassin build, which means that I think Dabs should just be able to knock him down eventually. In the meantime, Efron was also caught out in Babel lane. Dabs doesn't have the flash though. It doesn't actually have enough movement speed to get Warlock down through that World Ender speed, so Walk is going to be able to walk himself out of this one just in time to get away from the Paranoia as well. But now on the top side, Socrates Dies getting caught out after picking off Efron. Riv 60 is going to find that kill for their 8th of the game now. Very fed on this Eric.
Yeah, and everyone was towards that bot side. Theoretically, they could have tried to rush it. It would have been quite risky, but there is a potential to at least pull someone over, maybe find another pick, but they're just going to go for the resets here. They don't want to risk anything more in this game, and Trash Panda's just going to push up mid lane. So, a lot of action for a lot of nothing, I'd say.
We don't actually end up getting any, like, objective control or, you know, vision trades wherever, but it's, you know, sometimes teams just want to fight. Now, I want to call back to something that you mentioned earlier. It's very, very important to get your Cassio online in a game like this, and we're now at 30 minutes. Cassio's at 3.5 items. I'd probably call that online at this point, wouldn't you?
Yeah. A very early Weaver's Wall here, actually, is just going to try and look for Not So Dark.
Has to lose that flash on the Nocturne. They will, not on the Nocturne, the Nautilus, other Gnaw. Will be able to get out, though. But without flash, the Nautilus is going to be a little bit stubbier on the engage range. No flash anchors, no dredge lines coming out for now. Importantly, Depth Charge still available for that pick, as they're looking for Sunrai again with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but this isn't the chart you want with these important cooldowns. That's a big ulti burned to not find much value.
Yeah, and this is a similar situation where Ivern's just going to make this a very difficult walk in. Dab's going to get...
They might have caught a pick. He's going to get pulled back by those chains. He's got the stair escapes, though, so he's very, very tanky. On the Croc, it's Warlock going down first. Now Nation diving into that backline, trying to get some damage down to the Islamic Samurai, but it's already traded 1-4-1. Riv still untouched on this fight. The Ignite taking away, but it's the only damage that he's really taken over the fight. Sunrise going to get the engage in, and that's the double kill for Riv. Make it a triple as he finds the zap over the wall on the Nation. Dorado take the fight win, and they're going to take Soul for themselves as well.
Yeah, if Riv 60 stays untouched, it's just going to be a one fight here for Dorado, so they did a good job kiting it out, and, you know, without the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to layer on a bit more CAC, they weren't able to find them there, but now Trash Panda in a terrible spot decides trading life for this turret. No way to survive, just going to go down. Please try and give the kill to Sunrai. Run, 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 run.
Trash Panda on the wrong side of this, unfortunately, and it is Riv picking up that last hit, which means that it's now 12 kills in the pocket of this Zeri, and that's a long staggered death timer for the Conduit 80 carry, which should mean this should just be Dorado's Baron, if anything.
Yeah, and now they're just going to get this Baron. I mean, I'd say this is pretty good looks here for Dorado. They should be able to win this. I mean, I was talking about how, you know, Dorado's comp should be advantageous with this Ivern Talia, since it does make the lives of Conduit very hard. So if they do get this Baron, I think it should be a pretty easy snowball, but Warlock going forward.
Yeah, standing forward does have that Ocean Soul in the Aatrox, so it's going to be very tanky, but now it's Dabs trying to get onto that backline, but it's a great seismic shove from Efron to push him away. Keep this Kraken down as long as possible. The depth charge down onto Riv, who was taking a lot of damage on the back half of this fight. Has to be careful as Nation just dives in with that Paranoia, picks up the kill. It's a great stun from Sunrise, but where's your follow-up? Where's your damage? They're trying to finish off the Baron. Islamic Samurai will get that smite, and now the members of Dorado got to sprint it away. They got to get out of here as fast as possible. They'll net themselves 3 buffs, but they give over. Big shutdown goal.
I mean, huge play out of Dabs there, though. Definitely dissuading them off the Baron. As soon as Riv 60 gets chunked very hard, they get extremely scared, but they end up finishing the Baron. But that could have been a big disaster here for Conduit if more players were in the area. So, you know, pretty well played there from Dabs. I'd say, you know, making the best out of a hard situation, and they end up finding the kill with the help of that Paranoia, so a little bit tough.
Yeah, I know we hyped up the Walk Warlock versus Socks to Thighs matchup here, but I do really feel like it's Dabs versus Dorado so far in this game number 1, as this Croc has been an absolute monster in the front line, just making life very difficult for these Dorado members.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a pretty impressive performance here. 60 CS up over the lane opponent. We're getting on Flame Horizon territory at this point, so I'd be pretty surprised if this lead ever goes away, I'd say, you know. 3K gold. Wow. Yeah, that's a hefty lead there, and 3K in the bot lane as well. Riv, you know, I guess it's more like 2K. Let's not embellish it. Yeah.
2.5 in the bottom lane, 2K in the mid lane for Socks to Thighs. So Conduit maintain a gold lead despite the Soul and the Baron going over to Dorado. It's now just a matter of what can Dorado do with what Baron buffs they have left? Can they find any extra value? Take down some of these standing turrets? Because look at your map. There's still that outer mid lane and outer bottom side turret that still have yet to be taken down. So it's just extra gold waiting to get thrown into Dorado's hands. And if they can crack open an inner turret as well, maybe find an inhibitor turret, it could spell trouble. In the bottom side, Dabs has to be careful. Efron's going to get that Weeper's Wall, but again, the turret being up means that the teleport's here. Now Efron's the one in trouble. A beautiful crystal arrow from downtown means goodbye, Efron. Warlock forced to flash away as well as Socks to Thighs also has to flash away from those umbral chains. Sunrise now looking for an engage, finds that stun on to Socks to Thighs, but he gets that petrifying gaze onto Riv, who's just knocked down. Your Ash Band is going to find that kill, and now Socks to Thighs somehow still alive on this backline, just won't go down. The Cassio's too damn tanky. Sunrise trying to find any sort of engagement. Your carries are dead. Your jungler's dead. You're the only one left. It's a clean ace for Conduit Esports.
5-0. A huge ult there from Socks to Thighs is going to set up the rest of the team to find Riv 60, the player that's been, you know, pretty much the entire tale of this game. You know, you find Riv 60, you win the fight. If Riv 60 stays alive, then Dorado ends up with the win. Finally finding him on that last engage there, and they're just going to be able to push it in. I don't know if they can end here. Efron is up in 5, but they are at least going to get one inhibitor for their troubles and a huge gold lead.
Yeah, they don't want to overstay their welcome, give over any shutdown like Dorado just did, but it means that the first inhibitor cracked is in favor of Conduit Esports, and they get to extend their gold lead even further. I have to be real. When I saw Dorado pick up Ocean Soul, I was going to be like, oh, there's no chance that Dorado ever loses a fight again. Ocean Soul is so broken. You keep yourself sustained for so long, but it's just been some minor misplays from Dorado that are getting hugely punished by Conduit. Look at this fight.
Yeah, what a huge enchanted crystal arrow there to find Talia. Good flash, good awareness that you need to stay alive here as the Cassio, and then of course the ultimate comes through. Riv 60 just stunned forever and then grounded on top of it. You can't even use that important summoner spell of that flash when you are grounded, so pretty well played. And Warlock just not able to burst out the Cassio in time. Just gonna go straight down, and then the rest of the fight is pretty much lights out. But enchanted crystal is on the bottom right.
Yeah, Sunrise getting engaged on, tanking on the Leona, but maybe not that tanky. Gonna get knocked down by Socks to Thighs, who does a hell of a lot of damage on this Cassio. Now Nation trying to get some damage down on the Islamic Samurai, forced to flash out of that Ivern. And they're gonna be happy to walk away with that one, as Islamic Samurai ticking, but does have the shield and that Ocean Soul, so we'll be able to stay alive. But L1330, Islamic Samurai now has no flash. Warlock has no TP. Sunrise still down for 30. He's not gonna be up by the time this objective spawns. And Conduit Esports actually going to force a flash out of Efron there in mid. It's a nice side switch up to keep jabs off of him, but they'll trade Trash Panda's flash for Efron's. I'm not actually sure you actually want that trade.
That's true, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be back up for this Elden Drag, so it's pretty good timing here for Conduit, but now we'll see how the fight ends up playing out when Conduit actually has the position advantage. This has never really happened in this game. I'd say it's a lot of, you know, Dorado gets the space and then Conduit's trying to break in, but this time it's the complete opposite. Can they make it through the CC wall? That
your eye on that Dragon Health. There's that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It finds Efron again, but there's no real engage this time as Trash Panda's walking forward fearlessly away into the members of Dorado. The smite's going to come through. It is going to go over to Nation, and now Dorado, you've come to the party too damn late. Risk's going to find one, but the Elder Dragon is going to start smiting down the members of Dorado. Walk Warlock will get a trade down. Hang on, I might have spoken too soon. Walk Warlock bursts them down for a triple kill. It ends up being 4 for 4. Somehow even in the face of the Elder.
Way too overconfident there from Conduit. Didn't respect the lethality Aatrox there, as they are all below half HP. So, of course, that Hydra is just doing so much damage. Finds the triple. I mean, that's pretty much a disaster. They could have just ended the game right off that play, but they went a little bit too fast. And, you know, they counted their chickens before they hatched, and, yeah, now they find themselves, they're going to have to play for this next Baron in 14. Yeah, I mean, that's just tough.
Yeah, I thought for sure Elder Dragon coming down, it felt like a guaranteed win for Conduit, but like you said, just too overconfident into the Dorado squad that kited them back so nicely, and Walk Warlock, I think, finally, with his moment to shine, with his full damage build, gets something done in the game, which is that he's been trying to do this whole time. I was gonna talk about, like, oh yeah, you know, the lethality Aatrox, it hasn't been good for a while. You saw in a couple of earlier fights, it's struggling to get damage down onto Socks, to Thighs, onto Trash Man, it just can't find the execute damage, but there you go. Walk Warlock comes up big in that fight, and I think kind of saves the game there for Dorado, because without those kills, without that damage, that's an Elder Dragon looking at an exposed base for the Conduit.
Yeah, I mean, just too overconfident. You know, at the end of the day, Assassins will do one thing well, and that's clean up fights. So, just going to actually go towards this Baron immediately. They want to burst this down before there's even any response. Actually, Islamic Samurai is just backing. They're giving this up, and they're just going to play to push the mid lane out. Arrow not going to find anything, but that doesn't matter at this stage. That cooldown is so low, and just going to, you know, push out mid. Now that with Baron, they should try to end on this, because I don't think you want to risk another Elder Dragon fight where you potentially could not have, you know, the exact foothold that they had in the last fight. So
yeah,
do they find anything?
We're getting to the point in the game where the gold lead doesn't really matter, as items are starting to be like fully finished builds. We're seeing 5 items for both AD carries, nearly 6 as Riv just needs to upgrade those boots, and now it's just a matter of how can the siege go for Conduit Esports, because like we mentioned, they don't have a lot of wave clear outside of really Socks to Thighs, and in the other side of the fight, you're looking at Riv 60 with the Static Shiv, and you're looking at Efron, who's playing Talia. It's a lot of wave clear here for the Dorado side, so they can keep their base intact outside of just that bottom lane inhibitor that is going to start slowly pushing in.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to land. They're just looking. I mean, I will say they should try and coordinate these mid and top waves, but obviously it's a little bit difficult. Since they don't want to get engaged on, since that's probably the only way they lose if Leona finds someone important.
Yeah, it can't be Trash Panda. Still that cleanse available for the Ashe. So I think it really does have to be a stun onto Socks to Thighs who's not seeing it coming, or maybe Nation before he ults, but it's so difficult to find those, and I never thought I'd see a team with Ocean Soul on the back foot in their own base trying to defend, but hang on, I spoke about Nation finding him, and they actually do! Riv 60 is going to shut him down, and now without their jungler, without that paranoia, Conduit Esports are forced to retreat. Baron buff be damned, Dorado gaining holds.
The control ward, just too juicy for Nation, wants it so badly, gets flipped over the wall. And yeah, I mean, I'd say that's quite the delivery over that wall, and that's going to stop the push here for Conduit Esports. Oh, this is, I mean, now this game is looking a little dicey. They had it in their hands, and everything really shifted after that Elder Drake. So, I mean, it's a brawl, I'd say. 41 minutes.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to this next Elder Drake, and we'll see if they can actually end from there. But from this point on, it's just Enchanted Crystal Arrow after Enchanted Crystal Arrow until something lands, but they're going to find Not So Dark.
Yeah, I don't think this is the engaged target that you want, despite all of the CC that you have. The Elder Dragon is up in about 2 minutes, so we still have plenty of time before the next objective, and man, I mean, this is the kind of matchup we were expecting from two of our top teams, right? We want these teams brawling. We want these games to be hard fought and long. I think it's a few too many mistakes than we were hoping for, obviously, but still, at the very least, we've got an exciting game here, and we've got, at the very least, one more after this.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a banger. That's the first thing I said when I saw this matchup this week. So you know, they're living up to that moniker.
When you joined the call, you literally just said, "Ooh, banger."
Yeah, exactly. And I put it in the chat as well. I was like, "Oh, it's a banger." Yeah. But you know, we'll see if they actually lives up to it. I mean, this could just be a stalling out game. I mean, there has been a lot of mistakes. You said it already. Like, I'm actually surprised to see kind of the sloppiness of some of these plays, but you know, you do get a little bit confident when you are playing against these teams. Any inch may feel like a mile.
Efron has to be careful. There's that Enchanted Crystal Arrow again, but now some members of Dorado trying to get the re-engage. It's a nice Zonius, but it's a great petrifying gaze from Sox Defiance to shut all the members down. And now Dabs is in the backline trying to get some work done. Sox Defiance down Sunrise. Islamic Samurai is dead. There's no more sustain, but Rip 60 still has an Ocean Soul, still has a dream on this area. Keep your eyes on her, but not for much longer. Dabs wants to shut her down. Finally finds the kill. Conduit Esports Phoenix through the Ocean Soul, saying, damn your regen, we're gonna win the fight, and we're gonna take game 1.
Yeah, Trash Panda making me super nervous. Walks straight through the Aatrox, takes a ton of damage, but the rest of the teams got it. And Conduit is just gonna walk this into the base and take game 1 over Dorado. So, I mean, hey, it wasn't the cleanest game. It wasn't the most impressive game, but despite, you know, seemingly some draft edges for Dorado, they're still going to find their victory here in game 1.
Yeah, again, I can't stress enough, losing with Ocean Soul, that feels illegal. That feels criminal, because that buff does so much for your team, especially when you have the Ivern, you have the Leona, these champions that can abuse them so well. It still ends up being Conduit Esports' favor just by the fact of they outplayed them in the team fights. Dabs, I think, was just a little bit more active in the fights. 7.3 KDA, 3 deaths total for the Renekton. He was just a force on that front line.
Yeah, and another thing to note was, you know, how slippery Zoxithize was. Did not really go down in these fights ever. Efron did get caught out quite a lot at the start of these fights. That did make it a little more difficult, where teammates had to, you know, sacrifice themselves for that mid laner. Couldn't control the space as well as they should have. You know, in a perfect scenario, you should never be able to walk into an Ivern to lead a team without taking half of your HP. That's just how that should go, and we didn't really see that from Dorado. So that's a point of improvement that they could look towards. You know, a little bit more set play, seeing how those things go. You know, when you have that positioning advantage, but I will say it is quite nice to just have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow in the back pocket to just, you know, screw everything. We could just skip neutral, fighting game term. You know, just completely skip all that fluff and just find the engage. And it worked out quite well for them, since they do have so much layering of that CC.
Yeah, the Pro Comps draft advantage overthrown by Dabs, Renekton, and the rest of the Conduit Esports squad. And we still got, at the very least, one more game here to go in the series, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 2 between Conduit Esports Phoenix and Dorado Gaming Lambda. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say Peekaboo, I see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Welcome everybody to tonight's coverage of the Titan Esports Divinity League. We're back and we're here for game number 2 between Conduit Esports, Phoenix, and Dorado Gaming Lambda. I'm still pretty, that's still golden, and we had a hell of a banger here in game 1. I'm hoping maybe a little bit shorter, but still as exciting here for game number 2.
Yeah, I'd call it a banger. I'd say that. We had like 45 minutes of just back and forth action, I'd say. Both teams had some bright signs, some not so bright sign, not so dark but not so dark ends up taking the win, of course. I mean, the Nautilus into the Zeri just worked out in a way that did feel fortunate. Of course, you also have Ash, you have other things that did work out, but despite we were talking about how it's a draft advantage to Dorado and they weren't able to actually make it kind of land, and now you're going to game 2 and it's like, okay, well, we had a successful draft, things didn't go our way. So now it's, do we want to pull out something more spicy? Mix up the draft. Do we want to prioritize winning lanes, or you start to doubt your game plan? And I'm curious to see what they actually end up playing instead, because I don't know if they'll run back the exact same. I think questionable on the Aatrox R3 lock-in before the second round of bans. You do expose your top laner a bit. The Renekton does get locked in immediately afterwards, and then Dobbs did make quite the show of it afterwards. I'm curious to see what Dorado's adaptation is going to be coming into game 2, because I think they need a couple if they want to take this win.
Yeah, I do think drafts is an incredibly important part of any League of Legends game. And if you want to up your drafting game, you can go to our sponsor tonight, ProComps. It's an incredible tool for any League of Legends player out there. ProComps is your personal draft coach with features like custom champion pools, personalized tier lists, and live draft advice, all wrapped up into one handy little app. It's like having a virtual draft coach help you out while you draft, offering real-time pick and ban recommendations. With well over 200,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you, it's a no-brainer to at least give it a try. And the best part, it's totally free. You can download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the panel located below our stream for more information.
Yeah, definitely give it a shot, but this is what we dealt with in that last game, and I will say, it is the first time I've ever seen ProComps miss on a prediction.
Yeah.
And, it was pretty wide margin. They gave 75%-ish to Dorado's comp, and I would have agreed with that stance. I don't disagree at all. I feel like they did have an easier bar of execution there with the Taliyah Ivern combo in particular. But, Conduit kind of breaking through. They made it, through that hard setup comp, and, they took the win regardless, despite how the stats were looking. I think Nocturne Ashe was a good look there to actually be able to afford some of that, skipping of that kind of spacing game that they had to play in this game, and it really worked out well in that way. So we'll see if they end up banning one of these two champions. I would really want to see an Ashe ban if I had to call out one in particular. I feel like that champion did so much work here for Conduit. I think Conduit's good to just stick with what they got in this last game.
I think the question for Dorado then becomes, what do you drop on your ban phase? Because I think all three of these bans are pretty targeted at what Conduit likes to pick. That brand that has been such a high presence and high win rate in the Divinity League as a whole. The Viego, very targeted at Nasian. The Seraphine, just a great flex pick overall. Which one of these bans are you going to drop and which one are you going to let go? Assuming that you're still going to be a red side, I think that Dorado moves to blue side, given side selection here in game number 2. But hey, who knows? We've got to question that for now. And I think another big thing in that game that we can't stress enough, Dorado had Ocean Soul with an Ivern comp and lost. That's a big, not only a big deal just like stats-wise, but a big deal, I think, mental-wise, because you have a winning team composition, a winning draft advantage, and you're in a spot in the game where you should just be winning. Soul is one of those 85-90% win rate win conditions. Losing with it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, but I mean, they did secure it while at a gold deficit, so, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows in that way, but yeah, I will say, if I was going to drop any ban, traditionally, you just end up dropping the one ban that's a little bit more generic of a champion you don't like playing against. So Seraphine would probably be the thing I would drop. But then your bot lane will get annoyed. That's just how it goes. You have to play against Seraphine. Not a great day, but I gotta say, I haven't really seen Seraphine completely dominate any games that she has been in. So we'll see if that ends up being what the angle that they end up going for. I think Viego is something you can end up dropping, but you're going to need to really lock in that you are not allowing for a weak 2v2. You have to really lock in a strong 2v2. You have to make sure you're winning there. You have to start banning away these strong 2v2 champs like, Talia is a possibility of a strong 2v2 champ. Annie as well. Annie is only relevant right now with Viego in particular, so if you wanted to drop that instead, that is still a possibility.
You can even go for an AP jungler and grab an AD carry in the mid lane. It's what we've been seeing all over the world in terms of the meta. The Lucians, the Ezreals, Tristanas. I think even a Kai'Sa or a Varus have snuck their way into solo lanes here and there. You have a lot of options for strong 2v2. Maybe not matched up with the Viego, but perhaps matched up against that Viego and just making his life a little bit more difficult in that early game.
And let's see that result right now. And we're going to go straight into draft here for Game 2 of Conduit versus Dorado. So I'm pretty curious. I mean, we're going to see same sides. Conduit still sticking on to that blue side. Dorado going to stick to the red side. They liked that they were able to get first pick here for Conduit, and Dorado, I guess they're fine with trading over 2 picks immediately. And the brand's going to be the first ban, so we might see Viego actually get dropped here, which I'd say is probably my preferred Seraphine. Still just annoying, neutralizes the bot lane so hard to just be a farming lane, but Ivern's going to be the one that gets banned out, actually. Did not like dealing with that champion.
Yeah, and I'm not really that surprised by it. Islamic Samurai, really proficient on that jungler, as we saw in the early clear. It's actually going to be a big draft change-up for both sides here. Both junglers taken away from our previous games. We're not going to have any Ivern, Nocturne trading shenanigans. Shyvana still taken off the table, so we do still have a couple of those big picks that were banned away previously up and available now for Conduit if they want a first pick, and that Ashe is going to be one of them alongside that Viego. So I wonder if this is just Dorado saying, like, hey, which one of these is your priority? Because we'll just take the other one.
I mean, I do not agree that the Nocturne was the problem in that game. I think it was a supplemental pick that just worked out that way. So seeing the Ashe let through again, I think is a big mistake. We'll see if that ends up haunting them throughout this game. Pun intended. Nocturne's not in this game. Zeri just going to be locked in yet again. And we're going to have to see if Riv 60 can kind of dodge some of these engages that did land in this last game. And this pick will be crucial. What is going to be their identity moving forward? They're going to lock the Nautilus. They don't like dealing with Zeri versus that Nautilus. So they're going to take it away, make sure that they have a safe bot lane that they can play through. But now we'll see if they end up for some double AD carry shenanigans. It's definitely possible.
I was about to wonder if it was just going to be the Viego plus the Leona, just take the other side of that matchup, engage with the Ashe plus Leona for a lot of that guaranteed CC, but they're opting for the Diana instead, which could go either towards mid or towards jungle, so I don't expect that they'll lock in a jungler here. Yeah, they're going to grab that support to match up against the Nautilus, and it's going to be the Alistar here for Not So Dark this time around.
Yeah, Diana pretty fast clear at this point for in that jungle role. I have seen we saw in the stream a couple weeks ago that Diana mid that absolutely popped off. So we'll see.
Yeah, but against Cassio.
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be a little tough. But that is the what you do afford when you do pick something that is a flex pick like this. But Viego finally gonna get taken off the table. They don't want to let that through. They think it is gonna be a Diana Viego 2v2, which sounds terrible to be honest, but Diana is a champion that can afford resets for Viego, so I could kind of see why you would get rid of it. But I expect this Diana to go to jungle primarily at this point, so we'll see. Alawi getting banned away, so maybe they're looking for more of a tanky pick in this top lane.
Yeah, I think with the Mordekaiser ban as well, this almost feels like they're just face up saying, like, hey, we're going to pick Ornn on this pick and just get some consistent engage for our squad. So I wonder if Dorado ever just blind picks Ornn. I don't know if Warlock enjoys playing Ornn or wants to play that particular pick, but Poppy as a particular champion to deny some more of that engage from the Alistar and the Diana, I think is a great call.
Yeah, great pick there, and it could go either jungle or top, so they're basically saving counter pick here right now, and the Victor's going to get locked in, so that is going to secure that Diana into that jungle, and I'd say, yeah, a lot of AP at this point, and Ashe does do quite a bit of damage at this current state of that champion, so I wouldn't be too concerned, but if another tank ends up showing up in the top lane, this could be kind of rough, but Volibear is going to be the pick they go for, which is a little bit interesting on the ban, since Volibear is usually quite good into tanks himself. So we'll see what ends up happening. It's going to be Urgot, so very tanky boys in the top lane. Probably no action yet again, but not bruisers, more of tanks. I mean, Urgot, as a fringe case, but
I wonder if this is going to be that Roa Flicker Blades build from the Volibear, or if we're going to see something more standard, like either a Triforce or a Sundered Sky, just like more basic bruiser frontline Volibear, as opposed to the sort of side lane, back line menace that we've been seeing out of this champion a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious. I mean, this comp looks difficult to execute here because of that Poppy primarily on the side of Dorado. So that's really going to be the kind of key for Dorado to win. I think good reactions on the Poppy W is going to be, you know, key if they actually want to take this win. They can't let the Diana Alistar engage on them with an Ashe on top. I mean, there is a little bit of potential for them to actually play through the Ashe arrow to kind of deny that spot, but it's still going to be kind of difficult. Casio locked in as well, so there's just a lot of movement denial here, so engaging is just going to come down a lot to the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, it's why some of the bans from Dorado actually kind of surprised me, taking off the Viego and the Aurelia, who do get so shut down by these movement denial options. Like the ground from Casio and that steadfast presence from Poppy really do make the lives difficult for both of those champions, so I'm a little shocked to see them banned away in that second phase. I thought maybe you want to bait Conduit Esports into that Viego pick, look for a Viego Diana 2v2 in the mid lane that you can abuse, but it's actually just going to be the Diana in the jungle. Like you said, that flexibility for that pick really working out, I think, for Conduit Esports in this draft.
Yeah, and that should be a pretty good advantage here for Dorado. I think going in, you at least have the Nautilus as a guaranteed engage. You don't have to deal with Leona last time, and you know you can't cleanse that. So Trash Panda on that barrier instead. You know, I'm pretty interested to see, you know, cleanse on the Zeri, but it does make sense since the Enchanted Crystal arrows were landing in the last game. So, you know, a bit of respect shown there in that way.
Yeah, I feel like when you're up against Ashe, it's almost kind of necessary, even if there isn't that much other CC in the game, that you have to take the cleanse, because if you get caught by that long-range CC, you will just die. And we saw it happen a lot in the last game. There was a lot of Trash Panda firing off these ultis from long range and just getting a lot of good value over the course of the fights and just making life very difficult for Dorado trying to find engages.
Yeah, big engage here for Walk Warlock. No shotgun legs on that side, so
yeah,
just walk it out.
Level 2 for Dobbs means that Walk is kind of now in trouble, and yeah, it has the Fleet Footwork and has the Doran's Blade, so we'll be able to sustain a lot of that extra bit of damage off, but that first trade does feel pretty rough for the Urgot.
Yeah, but, you know, it's still just going to be Urgot Volibear, so I can't see too much action actually occurring here. Just going to go in and, you know, full clear here for both junglers. Should be pretty relaxed. Nothing going to happen in this early game, surely. And, yeah, there's the odds actually going against what we're thinking. So, ProComp sees something we don't. Maybe it's just the Ashe. Maybe it's the Volibear on the top side. I mean, I really don't have a big call out here. I think it's going to be still difficult to play here.
I think it might just be the late game scaling that Conduit has with the Victor and the Ashe. It will make the area control that both of these champions have makes life very difficult for these slightly more immobile members of Dorado. I think the Urgot and the Casio especially, and you pair a Diana ult on top of that when you're already stuck in these areas and stuck with little movement, it's going to make life very difficult. So I'm interested to see how these members of Dorado actually maneuver these fights, because that was a big problem in game number 1. Riv's 60 positioning wasn't perfect. Efron got caught out by a few too many Enchanted Crystal arrows, and it just meant that Conduit Esports were able to wipe a couple too many fights that just ended up taking the game for them.
Yeah, so... Oh, nice flash in.
Flash headbutt into the pulverized, flashed away from by Efron, so Flash traded for Flash, but it's Hex Flash on Not So Dark, so that's a trade you'll take all day, any day.
Yeah, pretty big roam there, and, you know, Not So Dark already showing that this is going to be a force to be reckoned with, so we'll see if Efron can kind of survive. It was like a big target for a lot of engages towards the mid game, so gonna need to, like, you know, position a bit safer throughout this game, especially now you have no flash. They're gonna be a repeat gank target for sure.
Yeah, I do think the Nation on the Diana has sort of the same problem of that Nocturne, though, where you really do want to be level 6 before you get on the map, before you start making ganks happen. So, at the very least, Efron should be safe for 2 more levels in that jungle, but does have to be careful for when Nation does get that level 6, because a Flash Dash Moonfall could just spell the doom of this Cassiopeia.
Yeah. In the top lane, still just chilling. Diana is full clearing again, so probably just going to end up at that level 6 as soon as this is over, and the Drag will probably get traded for the Grubs as per usual. I mean, I'd say Grubs advantage can really go either way. I think both teams don't really hate that they have Grubs. They, you know, don't really hate that the other team has Grubs either, but, you know, it still could be that little edge that does make the difference in the side lanes, because you know, it seems like both teams have a good side laning in this game because, you know, Victor, Urgot, Volibear's pretty safe overall, so I'd say, you know, both teams would like that buff more than the Cloud Drake on the map currently.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit less pressure on that Cloud Dragon because that extra bit of movement speed and slow resist isn't going to matter too much, though I think for Dorado it could actually have an influence just because you're up against Ashe and Victor, who both have slows built into their kit. Victor will get his a little bit later off of the the W upgrade, sorry, and then Ashe just having it in her kit. So the slow resist is not entirely useless in this game, so I think if I'm Dorado, you could look to trade Grubs for that. And speaking of trading, Dobbs and Walk Warlock, hefty trading up here on the top side again. A little bit more aggressive, I think, here than in game 1 at the very least.
Yeah, Walk Warlock getting forced all the way back, but now
Nation doesn't want to be here as long as Samurai's just going to flash forward onto him, immediately get flipped over the shoulder. Nation flashes over the wall. Walk doesn't have the mana for the Fear Beyond Death, I don't think. He's just going to be able to walk away. Nation somehow survives that scuffle and is not going to be punished at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's your Poppy Flash down. Does have Hex Flash at the very least, but having Flash is so important for these ganks on Poppy. So, yeah, a little bit more tough of a engage there. I thought for sure that they would have damage, but yeah, no mana onto Walk Warlock. So, working out on the timing there and gonna secure the grubs off of that play. You can't really fight when you have no Flash on Poppy. So, you know, pretty unfortunate there.
Not
but
so
nice
dark.
in.
Looking for an engage in the mid lane. Is going to get stunned up by that Petrifying Gaze, so I think Not So Dark is actually going to be the first to go down, and everyone's going to find first blood. Soxidise is going to flash forward for the trade. One more turn shot will do it, but it won't manage to find it. It's Not So Dark finding the kill as well off of that Ignite, so great little trade there from Efron. Nicely played by the mid laner of Dorado.
You know, when I main support, I would always say it's worth trading your support for half of a wave plus a debt. Like, that's always worth it, so I like that play from Not So Dark. Sacrificing your life, but making sure a couple minions do go the way of Socks to die instead of into Efron's pocket. You know, it's those small changes that do improve your chances in these games. So, you know, I like Not So Dark's play style. I think that was a good engage there, even if you do go down.
Great roam to go for. I think dying for it is worth it. I do think, again, the kill not going over to Socks Device really does feel bad.
Unfortunate, yeah.
At the end of the day, it's still getting the upgrade stacks to Victor. It's about takedowns, not about kills. So at the very least, he will be able to get to that upgrade sooner rather than later, which will be a big deal for the Victor as the mid and late game starts to run around.
Yeah, and now, you know, it's just going to be a little bit more solitary. Obviously, Conduit has those 3 grubs in their pocket, so they're going to look for those next 3 when they do come up. Efron with a nice ward here that should spot out Diana going towards Raptors at some point. So, you know, seeing deep wards probably could have been a bit deeper onto that Raptors. I think it's always important to put it on the camps instead. So, yeah, pretty... You know, just a slight micro adjustment that could make a big difference in your games. That ward on the Raptor Pit early game, that is the Faker ward. I don't know if anyone knows that, but that Faker does that every single game. Tries to get a ward on the enemy Raptors as soon as possible because it does afford so much. Yeah, it's so much info because no matter what, the jungler is going to walk through. There's no way they're going all the way around. So, yeah.
I do wonder if Efron is just slightly more worried about the Not So Dark roam again, as opposed to being worried about the gank from Nation or tracking Nation in that jungle, because you can see they have that control ward also in the river, so no matter what option Not So Dark tries to get up to mid lane with, it's going to be spotted out both of those entrances, unless he somehow manages to like hex flash over a wall and a route all the way into the enemy jungle to get around it, but almost every entrance should just be easily spotted out, as Dorado's going to be the one to start up this dragon, and with Nation on the top side of the map, I think it's just going to go over pretty quickly.
Yeah, so as long as they're able to at least trade something on the map, Rift 60 pushes in this wave, so pretty good coordination, but they are going to lose a red buff for their troubles here. So, you know, at least Nation finding something on the other side of the map, and the CS difference in the jungle is pretty significant, which doesn't matter for XP nowadays. It only matters for gold. Shout out to Rubber Band XP. Love this game.
It's just about how those camps respawn with more XP in them every time you kill them, so killing the enemy jungle camp is sometimes better for the enemy jungler than it is for you, as Nation will get 2 camps out of that trade, losing that dragon, and considering that it's just an individual Cloud Dragon, I was hyping it up a little bit earlier, talking about how good it is versus the Ashe and the Victor, but I think you're happy to get a golden XP lead on your jungler in trade for a solitary dragon, no matter what dragon it is.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty worthwhile trade. Also, Poppy's just going to get denied even more. I mean, walk straight top, doesn't expect the camps are gone. Not even going to check the Krugs, so actually going to be quite significantly down. Now 2.5 levels probably at this point, so it doesn't look great here for Islamic Samurai, but is going to look top instead, so that's actually a good look. I want to find something.
We'll get over to the Krug camp and grab that one, but I do think, at the very least for Poppy, she's not a champion who's really gated by levels. It's why you see some teams in the professional leagues picking her up as a support, because all that really matters for her is the W and the R. If you can get a charge into a wall, that's great too, but you're not picking her to, like, one-shot an enemy to carry or be, like, the most ridiculous frontliner in the game. You're getting her to stop a dash, and you're getting her to knock somebody either up or out of a fight. Speaking of getting knocked up or out, Dobbs is going to position well. The knock gets done there, and now Nation is here.
No W on his
engage. Islamic Samurai already used that steadfast presence, but with the vision there from Walk Warlock and Islamic Samurai, they're both just going to be able to walk away. Much slower game this time around. As I say that, Trash Panda looking for an engage on the bottom side. Shadow Crystal Arrow used to get a lot of damage down on the Sun Riot. They'll trade back for the Dorado bot side.
Yeah, and that's very worth it. They're going to get the back out of Riv. Never mind. Actually just going to stick around. Doesn't seem to have any threat, but the grubs are going the way of Conduit here. The power of just Dobbs having, you know, so much lane prio throughout these last 2 games is really paying off here in dividends here. They're going to get 6 grubs. That means 2 Void Mites per wave. So, I mean, that's just going to be quite impactful, especially 11 minutes in. They might be able to find an extra plate here off of it in that bot side.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get, or we can keep our eyes on these plates that do go down on the bottom side. One is already down. We can see the double Void Mites. Ash does so much damage to these plates this early on into the game. She doesn't even have an item yet. She's just sitting on tier 2 boots, and yeesh, that's going to be a plate and a half burned already on one push. They got 2 minutes to find any more.
No, they actually got a second one, but it didn't go the way of Ash, so a little bit unfortunate there.
Did it actually go down? Oh, disaster. Oh, it's ruined.
It's ruined, yeah. They could have easily cashed in that last one, but you know, just gonna have to, you know, take their win where they had one, at least one plate going there into their pocket. But now, I mean, the game should slow down. The flash is back up on for Efron here, so a bit more safe. You don't have to worry about the Alistar as much when you do have flash. So that's at least fortunate for him. And game's kind of stalling out just a little bit, but the CS difference in jungle is huge. Was trying.
Everybody's showing up mid lane. It's a great flash from Islamic Samurai to get that reposition, and they're gonna knock that kill down for Efron. 2 flashes traded for 1, but you get the kill to your mid lane, or hashtag worth for Dorado all day.
Yeah, and with the dragon spawning 128, they should at least be able to get some vision deep here. Riv 60 just looking straight into that red buff pit. They want to take away as many camps to try and get Islamic Samurai back into the game, but you could see how much catch-up XP Islamic Samurai got just from getting that assist. That is really... those are the 2 things that make jungle so crazy. Is like, you could just go and full clear your camps and you're back to caught up, or you could just kill someone who's like 3 levels up on you and you're also back. So, you know, it's just so many options for jungle, and it really does change how the game is played. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you get that far behind early on. And yeah.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we need to keep our eye on is when that smite upgrades for Nation, and how long it's going to take Islamic Samurai to get the upgrade after that, because Dragon's up in 40 seconds, and Nation is 2 camps away, 2 treats away, I should say, from getting that pet upgraded, whereas Islamic Samurai still has 9 to go. So if they can get that smite upgrade before Islamic Samurai has it, then you can get a big advantage coming into this next objective fight.
Looks like it won't happen, but they might be able to get it before Rift Herald does spawn up in just a bit. And yeah, now they're looking to kind of dominate this area. They want this Ocean Drake. Flash in.
Oh, not so dark. Flashing in on the Efron, but Efron does have support nearby, so not even going to lose that flash. And Trinacross Arrow caught by Sunrise. MVP support, they're tanking it for the mid laner. No threat on the Cassiopeia, so that is just a support flash loss for nothing.
Yeah, looking for the hook there. You know, this could still be an explosive fight if Islamic Samurai doesn't find the W and Nation finds a big engage, but they're looking to just clear mid. They don't want to really take this fight as early as possible, but now Zox's is free to roam over, and they're going to look for something.
Yeah, Not So Dark just happy to walk forward, has that Celestial opposition holding on to that Unbreakable Will, so is happily just, standing forward, doing Alistar's job, walking and playing interference to the enemy team as Soxify is going to do their best to zone off Efron. Vision in the pit for Dorado. That zap does apply that. Nation has to dodge this, but it is going to be picked up. That was Islamic Samurai immediately dashing into the pit. Wants to ignite out that dragon as fast as possible, but Riv 60 is getting engaged on him in the meantime. Cleanse away from the stun and the ignite. The smite does come through. Islamic Samurai is going to grab it before Nation can get into the pit. It's a great petrifying gaze onto 4, but Islamic Samurai still dies. They lose 1, but they gain the dragon.
Yeah, that's a worth trade here for Islamic Samurai, getting closer to that soul point now. And Walk Warlock gets a bit of time on this top side, but in the meantime, Sunrai, a little bit of a greedy back, gets taken down, and that's even more gold into the pocket of Nation. Now 2 kills off the back of that play, but looked pretty good. But the Ocean Drake slow did so much work to make sure that steadfast presence actually, wrong ability.
Ooh, Efron gets the flash away. The Moonlight does still connect onto Efron, but I don't think Nation wants to dive that deep. They're happy to just take a flash and grab a turret for themselves. It's not first as Walk Warlock did manage to grab it up there in the top side, but you trade turrets 1 for 1, you maintain your gold lead at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. And now Nation's just being very aggressive. There really is no damage threat here.
A little worrying here. Soxify is low on mana, but it's a gravity well into the Moonfall onto 2. As long as Samurai already burned down to a quarter HP, now forced to be on the run. Thankfully for Islamic, Soxify is not active on that victor yet, so a lot of damage yet to be told for this champion, but that's a little worrying, I think, there for Dorado. You gotta be careful about that.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster, I think, if they have just one more player in the area, but they're going to be able to claim this Rift Herald, so, I said it before, I'll say it again, Dobbs just proving to be extremely valuable as far as getting this lane priority. Walk Warlock now pretty strong. You're sitting on the Black Cleaver, so there should be no way that, the Urgot ends up going down in any random scenario without at least trading a kill, so, a little bit more of an encouraging sign, and yeah, now a bit of focus towards this bot side. Efron looking bot side, just gonna clear this ward most likely, and maybe they'll look for a play on Socks to Thighs.
I will also say in Dobbs' favor, not trying to show him up too much, but I do really appreciate the fact that he's not going for the Rod of Ages build. You already have 2 AP carries on your squad. You don't really need that much extra magic damage, so he's just opting for, hey, I'm going to play for my team. I'm going to pick up the Ice Gauntlet. I'm going to get a Thornmail. I know there's a lot of AD threats on the enemy squad, so I'm just going to play Disruptor, and I'm going to play Tank and make life difficult for this Dorado squad. As life is actually pretty difficult for him. That Black Cleaver strat putting in a lot of work. Walk Warlock, I think, now a little bit more online on this Urgot. Pretty happy to just take these trades, especially now.
Yeah, I think this matchup's not going to change too much now. From now on, Walk Warlock should just have the dominating position. But, I think it's been a lot more about how Dobbs has been moving around the map. So we'll see if Walk Warlock can kind of mock that sort of style. Not so dark. A little bit of a bad position, but Riv cannot go over this wall at all to kind of threaten that. That would be too extreme.
A little too risky with no vision available and Socks to Thighs on the way on the rotate. So no dash in there. And Not So Dark still had the ultimate available. Flash just coming up now, but you can't really burst an Alistar when he's got that Unbreakable Will, even just at the level 1. It just does too much damage reduction this early in the game.
Oh yeah, of course. A little bit of action here on Socks to Thighs. Gonna be able to queue away. Gonna need a flash over this wall.
Oh, but Islamic Samurai doesn't want to let him. Gets the flash into the knock-up. Socks to Thighs has to get closer to the other side of the wall. Does manage to get the flash away. Now Walk Warlock looking for an engage. They found Trash Panda somehow on the wrong part of the wall. Walk Warlock's gonna pick that one up for free and say thank you very much. Delicious 80 carry for dinner.
Yeah, nice roam here from Walk Warlock. Doesn't have to commit the TP and can just walk it back to this top lane. Finds Trash Panda on the rotate there, probably too focused on that fight. Yeah, and every time the Poppy Flash is up, it's just instantly used. So you're seeing good utility there, and really shows how important the Flash is for Poppy on jungle in particular.
I do wonder if Dobbs could have stayed for this turret. Those Void Mites do quite a bit of damage, but doesn't want to give up a potential trade back kill to Walk, as Walk's actually just gonna walk up, happily walking into the face of Dobbs. But now with that shield, with those shotgun knees, Dobbs has to be a little bit more careful with how they trade into this Urgot. Again, shielding from themselves. This is a pretty heavy sustained matchup in the top side. Both of these top laners just want to make the fight as long as possible. As Nation actually caught out by Sunrai, forced to lose that flash on the Diana, and that's a really big cooldown when Dragon's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. A good flash angle, though, not to get caught anyways, so still well played, but, you know, losing that flash really does guarantee that, you know, Poppy is going to be a mainstay in this next fight. Going to put down the Rift Herald 7 seconds before, so should have a little bit of prio, but it's not going to matter that much. Might be able to even get knocked away from the charge, so well played there from Islamic Samurai.
Wow, it went for the hit there instead of going for the charge, which means that no charge into the turret. Again, nice use of the smite there as well from Islamic Samurai, just knocking that one down. And without that mid priority, Conduit is just a lot less confident to go for the dragon. So now they're forced to try and play base defense. Efron caught by the Chain of Crystal Air. The CC is going to come through. It's a great step out present from Islamic, though, to deny engagement off the dark, but he'll find it anyway. Flash for the 3-man, pulverize into the moonfall of Nation and Dorado are scattered to the winds. Islamic's going to get a nice 2-man knockback. The 3 strong members of Conduit are still here to run you down. Dorado on the back foot again.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite the fight there for Conduit. They found everything they really wanted. Nice knock up into the ult there, and yeah, I mean, huge engage there from Not So Dark, and good layering on the CC for Nation. Trash Panda stays alive, but you know, you really got to shout it out Efron yet again, getting caught out by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and yeah, I mean, that's just a tough look, to be honest.
Yeah, an incredible engage. I think even after Islamic Samurai denied that headbutt engage on the Alistar, still managed to find the flash pulverize on the back half of it to set up Nation. And we're going to get a replay on this fight just to see how good this engage really was.
Yeah, after the stun does come through, does end up popping the Unbreakable, just flash it forward, gets the Q, and a huge Moonfall is going to find 3. Riv still gets clipped by it, so pretty much out of the fight at that point. Also gets hit by that final Q there from Diana, and I think if Dobbs just keeps going forward and doesn't press back there, might be able to just kill Riv off of the passive damage from the bouncing electricity. Nation looking for an engage, but not going to find it. But
yeah, I don't think that's particularly the one that Nation wants to go for. Despite the gold lead they have, I do still think they have to be kind of careful, because if you mess up and engage into this Dorado side, they do have Cassia, they do have Zeri. If the fight goes a little too long, they are going to start to knock you down.
Yeah, and now gold lead sitting at 3K here for Conduit, so it's looking like a similar tale to last game where it seems like Dorado's finding things, but it's still going in Conduit's way anyways, especially with that last fight. And, you know, you really got to shout out, like, this game, it's been a lot more close across every single lane except for the jungle. That's really the only lead that Conduit has, and that, you know, that is making quite the difference. You're seeing that dragon for 2 camps really having a big effect at this point now. 3-0-2 on that Diana, almost at that Rabadons, and that's when Diana really gets scary, when the Rabadons does get picked up.
Yeah, also with an 8-stack Darksteel, just because Nation has not been knocked down yet. I think they picked up that Darksteel first back and has just been farming off of it ever since, and it's looked good for him. And if he continues a performance like this, I think it's going to be a quick 2. Well, I would say quick, but it's going to be a 2-0 here for Conduit. But I think this is a very unexpected result overall, just not only based on the drafts, but also just based on the standings and what people expected. Dorado has been on a serious uptick, I would say, in terms of their gameplay and in terms of their win-loss. So they've been playing very well in their recent couple of series. And while Conduit might be one of the tougher opponents they've faced, Conduit's coming off of a pretty bad loss to Baron Bessie. So I wonder if this is just a matter of Conduit's coming back to this series mad as hell, and they want to find their win, as Efron will manage to get away from that arrow just in time.
Yeah, I think it could be something like that. I mean, remember, Conduit is still 11-2 as far as game score, so they really haven't dropped much compared to Dorado, who's dropped quite a few more games despite having the same record. So I think, you know, maybe last week was that kind of wake-up call, like, okay, we just need a lock-in type of action there.
Hell yeah.
Dobbs has been playing well. I've been pretty impressed by all of Conduit throughout this series. I don't think there's a single player that's really let me down as far as expectations go, so I think that's a very encouraging sight to see, as playoffs is really around the corner at this point. So, you know, it's just going to keep coming as these weeks go on.
Yeah, we are in week 7 of 9. This is one of the last 3 matches that these teams will be able to play. So really solidifying that top 4 position, especially for these 5-1 teams, TFF, Dorado, and Conduit, just making sure that you are really locked in that top spot is important. And especially for these head-to-head matchups where you're up against these other teams that are up there with you. It makes it all the more important. This is really a matchup that I'm really excited that we got to catch this on stream, because this is a battle of the Titans, and so far, Conduit Esports is playing in a smackdown.
Yeah. And I do want to, shift our attention to one exact kind of build choice. I really don't like Warmog's Poppy. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I think Poppy needs some damage to be relevant. I know, it's nice to just have W and R, but I think this is the kind of comp where you need a bit of, at least threat when you do CC someone, because you don't exactly have the, champions that could just dive on top. It's more consistent damage, which means they need a little bit of time to do their DPS, but nice steal there from Nation. But yeah, I mean, I've played Poppy a long time. Actually, my highest max 3 champion, and I just never have liked low damage builds on Poppy.
She's been my usual go-to if I ever get moved up to top side. I think she's an incredibly strong champion in general, and I do agree with you. I think something like a Sundered Sky, or back in the day, maybe an Eclipse, was a really good pickup. I do think Warmogs is just the flavor. It's not so dark. Maybe finding Riven and engage to flash away from this area, though, so to be able to be alive. Keeper's Verdict gonna miss from Islamic Samurai. They're gonna get the flip back onto Trash Panda, though they may have found him again, but it's the engagement of that back line. Nation doesn't get enough done. He'll just find one, but it's 2 for 1 so far. Dorado still pretty happy in this fight. Conduit Esports have flubbed their engage, and Dorado has smashed them down with a punish.
Guess what? Riv 60 stays alive, and you know what that means. Dorado wins the fight yet again. Able to get away with that flash. I think it was a little bit too far. I think as soon as you get that Zeri flash, you just need to peel off and not engage any harder, but Trash Panda gets a little bit overconfident, gets flashed on by Walk Warlock again, and that's going to be Baron into the pockets of Dorado. And yeah, I mean, that's an encouraging sign. At least they find something, but they need to make sure that they don't go down afterwards. You see Dobbs already towards this dragon, wants to claim it to deny the soul point, and that could be actually pretty impactful of a decision. We'll see if they're able to get over here in time, but Polybear not exactly the slowest clear.
This is the issue with this sort of tankier build, though. You don't have a lot of objective damage, so it really is a race for the members of Conduit Esports to knock this one down before Dorado shows up. Now with Soxifies here, it should be fast enough. I say should be, but as long as Samurai is sprinting his way over here, they really want to get in, but the spikes come through, Nation will be able to knock that one down. But now, Not So Dark has to play the disengage game. He's going to get caught by that slow, and I think that just means one dead Alistar gives his life to make sure that soul point is denied.
Yeah, and that's a big pick, because that is their primary engage so far, has just been that Alistar. So unless they find an Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto a rogue member, it's going to be pretty hard for them to actually stop this full-on push for this 5v5. But gonna find the ultimate here onto Nation, so Walk just finds the kill there, and now there's really nothing that Conduit can do for this next 2 minutes of Baron.
Yeah, I was literally like 3 minutes ago, talking about how Conduit Esports were laying the smackdown, and hang on, I might have spoken too soon again. Is Efron's going to get engaged on, but it's a beautiful petrifying gaze. Trash Panda stepping up too far again, just to get smacked down by Dorado, and now it's all 5 members strong, looking to continue this siege onto the Conduit mid lane.
Yeah, everything just going the way of Dorado, like, pretty sour here for Conduit. I think they had such a good opportunity, but they're just getting too brazen. They're going for plays that they really don't have to go for. Like, that play on mid, they just have to survive. They don't have to look for, a kill in that scenario, and Trash Panda is going to be the one that, feels the consequences of that action.
Yeah, and just a little bit too aggressive on the step up. You had the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Efron, who is a viable engage target, but if you don't have Not So Dark and Dobbs there with you, you're not going to be able to find any more damage, and walking into the face of a Nautilus and a Urgot just, doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah, I think I'd agree.
Oh, this is gross.
Hull
breaker action. 3 Baron buffed cannon creeps. Knocking down the base of Conduit Esports. This is disgusting to watch.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of flashbacks to Banner of Command,
God, don't remind me.
No shoutouts there, actually. Just like get rid of that memory.
It's a shout out. Repress it.
Yeah, it is like so counter to my soul that it still just comes out anyways. Those were some dark days in season 7, I believe. So if you weren't there, good for you.
Yeah, be glad. I remember there was an LEC game going on. I believe it was quick shot casting it, where it was just a banner of command powered up Baron buff minion, just I think killed an inhibitor turret in 8 shots. If I remember, what was the count?
Yeah,
it was ridiculous to watch. I'm so glad that's gone.
Everyone would always like, at least in the LCS, would always like the crowd would always go 1, and then they would count down to 8 until the turret's dead. And it was, I mean, it was a time to be around, but let's just say it was not a great time to be anyone that isn't someone building Banner of Command.
Yeah, whether you're a spectator or player, it just, you know, nothing else mattered. It really was just Banner of Command.
It also was a ZZ Rot as well, by the way.
God don't worry. But thankfully, we're past those times. Riot realized the balancing issues with those decisions and decided, you know what, we're gonna take out those items. We're not gonna mess with them anymore. And now we have the meta we're currently in, which I would say is 80 carries galore. But through this series, it has just been the standard 2 in bot lane every game. We haven't really seen anybody jump for those 80 carries in mid or in the top side either. Not even in support, actually.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's been fine so far. They've just opted for the engage to be coming from that support role rather than the top lane. We haven't really seen any big engage, no Malphite, no Ornn, nothing like that. And yeah, and that's just meant that they have to put engage in the support role, which I think is a wise decision if you're not going to put it in top, since jungle is so important right now to at least be, you know, finding these tempo junglers that can kind of push the envelope in that way. And there really isn't that great of mid laners to actually engage. I think Galio has been rising in some sort of presence. Walk Warlock, ooh, big flash there, gonna burn Socks to Thighs flash, which is actually quite impactful. But
you do have Sylas as an engagement laner if the enemy team picks something like an Alistar or a Malphite that you can pull and engage out from. I think honestly maybe even Sylas would have been good for Dorado here. I'm looking at Alistar, Ashe, Diana, even Volibear. These are all good ones to pick up, as Walk Warlock might have found Socks to Thighs to pick up. Sarah Shield's gonna keep him alive for a little bit, but not long enough. Fear Beyond Death just eats him for lunch and dinner and breakfast afterwards. Yikes!
Yeah, and that's going to be the free Mountain Drake here for the side of Dorado. And now Walk Warlock is showing exactly what they're made of. I mean, they don't really have to deal with too much, you know, pressure anymore. They're building something that is a little more tanky.
Samurai gets the dash back on to that Alistar. He's got the Unbreakable, so he's just going to pop out to be able to walk out.
But the thing that makes me curious about this is, why are they even trying to go for the steal? Just give it up. You don't need to be fighting for this. If you afford another player to Dorado, they really can't snowball that into this next Baron. So I just like them to do it and maybe just find the priority on the top side. But they want to at least find something. But yeah, it's all for naught, and they just give up the pressure that they could have found onto maybe finding Walk Warlock in this top side,
or even just getting vision control on this Baron pit, because now it's just Walk Warlock free in the pit, able to take this Scuttle Crab for free. He's going to be able to clear out all the wards that Conduit Esports had, and this is an issue that I think a lot of, I think not even just Divinity teams, but lower ranked teams in general, anybody who's like below, I'll say it like Grandmaster, Master tier, even in like your solo queue games, you'll look at an objective that the enemy team is taking, and you'll sit there, and you'll look at it, and you'll watch the enemy team take it, and then they walk away and you get nothing out of it. When you could be playing for some sort of cross-map or side lane advantage. If you are not going to be contesting, you don't want to just stare at the enemy team while they do it. You want to find something else on the map to do. You want to get some kind of advantage elsewhere. Speaking of an advantage, they're finally trying to get it onto Riv 60, but he's got the cleanse, he's got the flash, he's going to be able to walk away, and now CPX in a little bit of trouble here. Trash Panda's going to find Sunrise, and now Riv 60 is caught, stepping up too far forward. I said CPX was in trouble, but it's Dorado on the back, but again, Walk Warlock will be shut down. Soxify's picking up that kill. Everyone forced to run away. Trash Panda flashing forward, wants to find some more pressure, is going to force the flash out of Everon as well. And what looked like Dorado finally stepping back up and finding their footing in this game is immediately knocked back down by Conduit Esports.
Huge engage there from Not So Dark. Big coordination with Dobbs to actually find the follow, but you know, that CC chain did not land. Riv 60 was able to get away from it with the help of the cleanse, I think. So, you know, it didn't even work out as intended, but it still meant that, like, CPX still found the fight anyway. So, you know, subpar conditions, huge engage, but didn't work out, and they still end up winning. So, I mean, hey, if I'm Conduit here, I'm feeling pretty good about that fight, but we're going to get a bit of a pause, unfortunately, going into this next stage. Yeah, Yeah, a little bit unlucky, Efron getting that DC there.
Yeah, I am hoping that this is just PC issues and not anything of the otherwise, but it means we're going to get a little break to breathe here. This has been, I will say, a much slower game than game number 1. We've had a bit of extra time to sit and talk and sort of just chat a bit, but now with the game kind of exploding, I would say, in Conduit's favor after that Baron taken after that fight. I say exploding in their favor, but the gold lead is dead even. Soul Point is in Dorado's hands. Their footing might not be, like, gone, but they do have, options here. As we see this great engage again from
look at how fast that was. They're just instantly flash WQ on that Alistar, and they find Riv 60, but, Riv 60 kites it out well, but Dobbs wants this stun here to actually extend the play, and a nice barely clips with the Moonfall there to find Riv 60, and that's the shutdown over onto Dobbs, and now, Walk Warlock just has nothing left in the tank, gonna go down immediately. Didn't find the Alistar with the Fear Beyond Death, and Trash Panda, gets a bit hyphy. I feel like we've seen this every single fight for these last 2 games for Trash Panda. Once the fight goes well, you just want to extend it as much as possible, but you saw how problematic that was in the last game when Aatrox found a triple, but this time didn't end up getting punished for it, and they're just going to get away with a win. But we're going straight back into live, so you don't have to worry too much about stalling at all, so good looks.
This is the great advantage of having replays. We can talk about things that happened in game without needing to just remember them. Big shout out to Chris Sunga and Anti, our producer and observer for this particular game, making sure that, as per usual, everything runs smoothly. As I say that, as we get a little freeze here, it's catching back up to the 3-minute delay that you get in all your spectator games. So hopefully it'll unpause momentarily. There we go. We're back in.
Yeah, a bit of desync, just resolving that. But look at these gold leads on the table here. Like Diana is at 3K up, and the gold is still even here for Dorado. So the gold is made up in elsewhere, and yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly in the top lane at this point. I think Urgot has a ton of gold. A chance going through.
They found Riv, but I don't think there's really an engage opportunity. Riv is going to be able to get away. They will burn the depth charge out of Sunrise, which I think is a pretty big cooldown to lose with a siege coming. And we haven't gotten the chance to talk about it very much, but it is 6 grubs for Conduit Esports. They managed to get all 6 of those thanks to the pressure from Dobbs in the early game, which means that the Baron siege is just amplified. Look at how quickly these towers get shredded down.
Yeah, I will say Walk Warlock pushing on this side lane. Someone's going to need to go attend to that concern, and as I say that, of course, the back does come through immediately, and Walk Warlock wants this fight, backs immediately, so, a little bit fortunate that they did have the vision there on Dobbs, but now they're just going to shove out this bot side, and, I think they need to sync waves. I say this every time in here in Divinity League. It is hard, I'm not going to lie, and seeing it is always impressive, so I'm just waiting. As soon as I want to give somebody flowers. I've been waiting.
Yeah, well, look, we might be waiting for a little while longer before we get to give flowers for that particular thing, but it's something that we kind of need to expect out of these top-tier teams. They have to be playing that little bit better than all the other teams into the league, and especially when you're looking at these top-of-the-table matchups, these 5-1 teams playing against each other, you do really need to see them pressing that advantage just that little bit farther, getting that little bit better macro, finding that last little bit of an edge to push over their opponent.
Yeah, there hasn't really been, I feel like macro as far as these teams are concerned has just been who finds the engage on the important target first, and that's really what it comes down to. I don't think there's, much more to these games. I think, sometimes the positioning is actually quite good for Dorado, where they find the early positioning advantage, where they're just at an objective a little bit earlier, and that's been kind of their edge in a lot of these fights, but it hasn't converted to every fight being a win though. So the engage just isn't landing, or the poke isn't landing, something of the sort. So now they have to find themselves in towards this dragon. 25 seconds on it. This is their soul, so they're gonna want to fight for it, but they're just cutting mid, which is a good decision.
Yeah, getting that extra bit of push there. You can tell we're getting very late into the game because the supports are starting to pick up whole second items for themselves. You see Sunrise having that Kanik or Rooker in inventory just to be that little bit tankier in the face of Nation and Sox and Eyes. And
be careful here.
Themselves inside track on this tower. They're just going to knock that one down. Walk Warlock tanking up that turret beautifully with the buffer. Nation on a flank, maybe looking for some engagement, just has to be worried about Zomic using that steadfast presence. Flash not available for Nation now is up has to try and find some way to engage, but how do you get through all this? Kite Nation wants to flash forward to find the backline, but he only finds 2. It's only onto Aphron. Dom still flashing forward, trying to get some extra pressure down, trying to get down onto that backline. But in the meantime, Islamic Samurai is on the backline of the other side of the fight. Conduit Esports, you may have overextended. Doms gets shut down. Sox and Eyes will find one, but we'll trade back immediately. Trash Panda will be the next to go. Conduit overstay their welcome. It's a triple kill for Walk, and baby, we're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3, my first game 3 of anything Titan Esports. So they're gonna make it a banger. We're going to game 3. I mean, we both predicted that it would go this way, but now, you know, I'm pretty surprised Dorado actually did claim that out. They did kite out well enough, and Nation got a little bit too antsy, went straight forward into the full force of Dorado, and gets taken, you know, down immediately by Walk Warlock, and that's kind of a disaster since you do need that CC chain to kind of come through. And you know, I'd say very well played here from Not So Dark. I'd say one of my MVPs in the game, but it just didn't click in this game. And Walk Warlock really showing the scaling of Urgot. Pretty much an untouchable champion after it got past that mid game. Yeah, pretty well played here. Riv, once again, a force to be reckoned with on that Zeri, so maybe we'll see that on the ban table in the next game. We maybe don't want to deal with that champion again. Force them onto something a little bit less safe, perhaps, but yeah, I think pretty well played here from Dorado to actually claim game 2. And hey, it didn't stall out. I'd say they did end when they intended to end, so pretty well played there.
Yeah, they found their opportunity to end, and they sure did go for it. And I think it was really just that big overextension from Conduit Esports. They really wanted to find a punish. They didn't want to lose that turret for nothing, but they had priority on the Dragon. They could have walked towards Baron. They didn't need to look for any sort of massive flash engage that really just split the team into 2 massive fronts where Nation was diving backline but didn't have a lot of his extra threat anywhere else. And it just didn't end up going in their favor.
Yeah, I think with a bit of different pathing, that fight could have been completely different. If Diana cuts around immediately towards that blue buff pit, I think could have found a huge engage, but, you know, takes the time to kind of look towards mid immediately, even though there was really no escape otherwise. So I think with the help of Ashe, they really could have found a big engage, but as soon as that passes the blue buff pit and the Casio ground comes down, that play should just be called off immediately. But you know, they get a little antsy, as you do. You find, oh my god, I got Flash Diana ult. That's just, we gotta go for it.
We can find the game end there. I see the Dorado coach in the chat saying, we finally learned to hit mid-wave after 7 weeks. And you guys did, and it nets you the win here in game number 2, but we are going to take a short break while we get ourselves saddled up and ready for game number 3 in this banger matchup between Conduit Esports Phoenix and Dorado Gaming Lambda. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back one more time.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love.
We are finally back here for game number 3 between Dorado Gaming Lambda and Conduit Esports Phoenix. I'm still Birdie, that's still Golden, and we're still here. We finally get a game 3 here in the Titan Esports Divinity League, and what a series to get a game 3 in.
Yeah, I mean, we both predicted it would be some sort of 2-1. I went for Conduit, you went for Dorado. Do you still feel strong about that prediction after these first 2 games?
I think that there's been a lot of mistakes from both sides, and I think it's possible that Conduit can come out on top. I think they've shown a lot of strength throughout the series, but I'm going to stick with my guns. I'm going to say Dorado has been better at punishing mistakes than they are at making them, so I do think Dorado's going to be the one to still come out on top here in Game 3.
Good call out there. I think it will be, pretty much how they play in this final game. We've been talking about mistakes a lot because there has been a lot, and it's really been the turning point for both of these teams. Either one big overextension or too little preparation for a fight exactly. So it's these little things that have kind of compounded to where we are now, 1-1, Game 3, where adaptation is going to need to be made. We saw a big shift up in the draft in Game 2 where Dorado really afforded a lot more power picks, I'd say, or not power picks, but like kind of fringe picks. They said, okay, we'll give you the Ashe again. I don't think that was the problem, and although I still don't think you should let Ashe through, it did work out in their favor. They didn't have anything great to combo on top of the Ashe, especially with that strong Poppy counter pick, just for the pure fact that it does dissuade it. We didn't really see it come to full fruition in that game, but still, just the idea, oh, we have to go through Poppy W, oh man, that's just hard, you know? So.
Yeah. Despite some miracle engages, I will say, from Not So Dark on that Alistar, they just couldn't manage to connect all the pieces together, and on that last fight especially, just getting split apart, stretched about as wide as the camera could show. It was rough there for Conduit Esports. But now, in game number 3 for the draft, we're getting the sides switched up here, so I wonder if there's going to be any sort of shift in priority, especially for Conduit Esports, now that they're going onto the red side and don't have that guaranteed first pick Ashe anymore.
If I had to guess, I'd assume that either a Zeri takeaway after the first pick, unless of course Dorado decides to first pick it, or a ban is in order. I think you've seen Riv just continue to succeed on this pick. I'd say if it's the comfort pick, just get rid of it. You don't want to deal with a comfort pick at this late stage of a BO3 at all. You want to make sure that people are kind of worrying about their picks, and I feel like he's been pretty comfortable on that Zeri, and it's been very consistent as far as damage dealing was concerned. And I think a big point is, I think I want to see a little bit more utility for either of these mid laners. It seems like they like to make plays happen, and you know, when you're a little bit more on the fringe, you want to have a little bit more utility to start fights or, you know, make a big play in some way. But Victor and yeah, Cassio can, but you don't really want to be the one engaging. You don't want to be the one making the big plays. You want to sit back, relax, hit your E's, and then just, you know, do a ton of damage. But, you know, as I called out earlier, I think champs like Galio have gotten a lot stronger. Even things like, I've seen Cho'Gath mid actually prop up every now and then, which is just a surprising pick. Same for some of those tank picks. Malphite definitely flexible towards that mid lane.
Show me an Ornn mid lane. Show me a mid laner who's got enough guts to play Ornn in the mid lane, hard lose your landing phase, make it an absolute sleeper of a landing phase, but then just outscale your opponent to high cap.
Yeah, I mean, something like that I think is a good idea, with especially how they've been playing with a little bit more of a carry-oriented jungler, or, you know, in the case of Dorado in that last game, they went full tank on the Poppy, and then, you know, had to kind of fall back onto Walk Warlock's Urgot to actually do the damage in that mid game, because it wasn't really coming from anyone else at that point. So, you know, that's the kind of thing where there are some adaptations in how they actually choose their identity in the game. I think that's been pretty solid across the board. We're going engage support, consistent damage 80 carry, consistent damage mid, and then some sort of flex pick jungle, and then top lane bruisers / engage. You know, not too. It's been pretty standard. I'd say both teams have a very similar identity, and it's just who plays better on the game.
Yeah, and it has been, again, like you said, just very standard. We haven't seen a lot of what I would call are the more meta picks, a lot more of the bruisers in top lane. We haven't really seen like a Camille pop up or any like. I think the thing that we're really missing over the series is something that we mentioned a lot already. The 80 carries that have been so strong in the meta currently are just not really seeing either pick or ban presence. That Brand and those AP junglers like the Lilia have really been the targets for all of this series. And once again, even with Dorado on the blue side, they're going to take that Brand away. They do not want to let it fall into Nasian's hands.
Yeah, and I think that you know, that's just a smart decision. Hwei gonna also remain permanently on that bench over there. Makes sense. I said very neutralizing pick. Doesn't really have as much that much playmaking, but definitely makes it hard for the other mid laner to play. We're gonna see Nocturne also off the table, so they're sticking with their guns. They think that was the problem in game 1, and they're gonna make sure that they cannot pick that up yet again. Just due to that global presence, Shyvana gonna get taken out. They really don't want to deal with that solo queue kind of domination pick that Islamic Samurai has been playing a lot. And then, of course, Seraphine going to be the final ban. Not really changing anything up between these last 3 bans for either of these teams so far.
Not a lot of adaptation overall in terms of the bans, but we do get one change up at the end there. The Ashe still up and available if Dorado wants it, but they will not get their hands on Riv on the Zeri for a 3rd game in a row. So now it's just going to be a matter of what do they want to do on that first pick. They're going to opt for the Nautilus. This is just leaving Ashe open for domination again in this bottom lane. Or not for domination, sorry, for Trash Panda in the bottom lane. I'm not actually 100% sure which AD carry is running in this game number 3.
Yeah, I'm not so surprised, but we're actually just going to see Aphelios. I really hate it when people play Aphelios in a Nautilus. It is miserable, I'm not going to lie. And then there's things like Ornn still open, and Ornn may be the greatest champion against Aphelios, so you're going to need to have the Aphelios protection squad if you want to make sure that this pick actually gets some value.
Show me Braum on 3rd pick, honestly, because you know Dorado's not going to grab it for themselves, but At this point, I'm not 100% sure. I'm assuming that it is going to be the Trash Panda there on the AD carry, so their normal AD carry still not available for Conduit Esports Phoenix, and it's going to be Trash Panda on the Aphelios, now off of that Ascent. Yeah, with Misfortune Sejuani, please just slam Braum. This is so free.
Yeah, Braum, definitely the big pick there. I mean, Misfortune, fresh off some buffs, not that fresh, but still kind of fresh, where people are finally picking it up, but they're just going to go to Cassio. They've been trading this pick back and forth in the last 2 games, finally going to lock it back into the hands of Soxify. They don't want it to get banned, and they didn't want to even leave it up for chance on whether they want to pick it anyway. So that means that Braum is free to get banned away here, but it looks like they're going to go towards top lane, so they may be able to still claim that nonetheless, despite how strong it looks in this game at this point.
Yeah, it is going to be that Alawi band out against Warlock not getting their hands on, I think, one of the highest win rate champions over the course of the Divinity season. I checked the stats before game 1, and it was like 80, 90 something percent. It was ridiculously high. You don't want to give it into the hands of anybody who knows how to play this champion. And the Mordekaiser band as well is just a lot more AP threats taken away from that top side. And I think importantly, Ornn counter picks, which is now why Conduit Esports Phoenix are going to grab up that Braum, preemptively counter that Ornn grab.
Yeah, I think a bit of a missed opportunity. You could have just gotten rid of that Ornn, and suddenly the Aphelios is left exposed, but unless they will for like something like a legacy pick like Tom Kench, but Urgot's going to be the mainstay here in that top side, so we'll see what's the counter pick this time for Dobbs. You know, last game, it looked good in the early game, but as soon as that early game did end up going past...
Ooh.
Oh, Xerath, that's a legacy counter pick into Cassio. Makes it very hard for Cassio to actually walk up and hit those Qs that are so consistent here for Soxify. So we're going to see if this long-range artillery mage is going to be the thing that makes Efron a little bit safer towards these late-game fights. But the Aatrox is going to be the answer. I think it's a pretty classic counter pick into not necessarily a counter pick, but a neutralizing pick more so. So, you know, this was
a matchup that we used to see all the time in the meta. I believe it was 2021 was the Worlds, where it was just it might have been 2022, where it was just entirely Urgot versus Aatrox every single top lane matchup. It was nightmarish to see, but we're going to be jumping onto the Rift pretty soon here for game number 3 between Conduit Esports Phoenix and Dorado Gaming Lambda.
I am so scared for Trash Panda's life.
Oh, yeah, I 100% agree with you. Even with Cleanse, even with a Braum to protect you, you are looking at Sejuani, you're looking at Xerath, you're looking at Nautilus, you're looking at Urgot. It is a lot of threat, as the members of Dorado are going to get spotted out there by Soxify, so no free invade for them. Sunrise maybe can look for some kind of hook, but Soxify's playing safe enough, playing smart enough to just not get caught out by any of that shenanigans.
Yeah, and they're going to get at least one deep ward onto this blue buff in a response, so I think it's pretty good, and they're going to go shift straight towards that bot side. If you're able to get an early trade, you can at least neutralize the power of the Misfortune in the early game. You know, I think this is going to be a pretty rough lane. Nautilus, pretty good, but, you know, Braum is the great neutralizer, of course, so we'll see if they can actually stave off the pressure that is an MF Nautilus, but looks like they're going to actually try and walk into this bush, which could be ill-advised.
I don't mind this level 1 from the Conduit bottom lane if they can just get a little bit of poke. Again, just that like Braum Q, maybe one auto from Trash Panda, but you don't want to take the level 1 versus Misfortune Nautilus, because one hook landing on Trash Panda means, at the very least, I'd say like half of his health gone.
Yeah, so not going to take too much of a risk, just going to land that Q, not so dark. Pretty aware of the current status in the lane. They're just going to go for a fight here. Nice ricochet there on to Trash Panda.
Yeah, he's also going to be Conqueror on Aphelios. I know Aphelios, since the loss of Lethal Tempo, has really been like fumbling around for rune choices. I've seen all 3 of the yellow runes between Fleet Footwork, Conqueror, and Press the Attack. So I'm interested to see how Trash Panda does with this particular rune choice. I think Conqueror, in my mind at least, thinks that you're expecting these to be longer, drawn-out fights and trades where you can actually get this rune stacked and you can get a lot more value out of it.
Yeah, and they're going to get pushed in here.
Level 2 onto Not So Dark, but it is the Braum early game with the Guardian, so I don't think really feeling too much threat at this point in the game.
Yeah, at least getting a bit of a chunk onto Riv, gonna force out just a little bit of damage, which is nice. But they're gonna miss a couple CS under this turret, and that's a nice 5 CS lead just to start off. That's a full wave at this point, so you know that's a little bit rough there for Conduit.
Yeah, and now I will say Pro Comps, for as much as we love them, have been wrong all of these games so far in this series. So do you think it's kind of a curse that they're calling Conduit Esports a winning draft here?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be cursed at this point. I mean, I will say last game we did say that, you know, Dorado did have an advantage, and you know, Conduit went against us. So, who's right here? Just kidding. Obviously, I think Conduit should be able to actually, you know, I think they have a pretty good comp this game. I would say, like, as long as the Urgot doesn't go out of control, I think they have a decent chance, especially since they do at least have the Ivern plus the Aphelios -1.
Every time you see it, you love to call it out.
If you don't do it, you're just biased to whoever you did do it to. So, you know, gotta show that I have no allegiances in this league.
Gotta maintain that consistency. But I do also want to point out that it is Nasian now on that Ivern. It's not Islamic Samurai on it. So this time around, it is going to be on the other foot. And I'm curious if that maybe just be like the pro comps bias. Maybe they really love Ivern. And I will say, I don't fully disagree. I think this champion is incredibly strong in most compositions, if not all of them. And he really can just open up a hyper carry for you.
Yeah. And I think Ivern is particularly strong in this game since you can block hooks with Daisy, and you know, there's no real other interaction, but it does make people, you know, a little bit more difficult to walk through. But we saw that at least Dorado with Ivern struggled a bit to hold the space, so we'll see if Conduit has a better idea of how to do that with this Ivern pick.
Mm-hmm. I will say Islamic Samurai is normally a support player, has been for most of their career, and they have a pretty storied career out here in either the Titan Divinity League or the Aegis Guardians League or Executioners League nowadays. But seeing them in jungle, they have not been performing poorly. I think they've had a lot of really interesting engages, and speaking of engages, Dom's getting engaged on that top side. Warlock trading flash for flash there with his enemy top laner, despite Nation being right alongside to help out.
Yeah, that was a pretty surprising engage, but not going to be able to find the kill there. Didn't actually get into that turret range immediately. Took a little bit of damage first because there was still one minion in the range. So it was pretty close to actually being a kill, I'd say. Especially since the Ivern Q did not land to actually dissuade that play at all. So, you know, besides that, pretty casual CS lead in the mid lane, surprisingly. Soxathai doing quite a good job. I mean, I'd say it's relatively tough to farm on Xerath with those slow autos, but...
Slow autos, massive mana costs, but I will say, I think we're in for a much slower game this time around. This always happens in Game 3s and Game 5s.
Hold your tongue, Britty.
In these best-of series. Look, I may be trying to curse it a little bit, but I am also saying that nerves start to come in these last games of the series, whether it is match point for one side or the other. Teams and players, they get a little nervous. They start to have shaky hands. They start to play, like, you know, a little bit more carefully because you don't want to be that player who makes that play that loses a series for your team. You've got to be, like, rock steady and solid, and not every player has that, especially for players that are maybe not in their role. As we got engaged on the bottom lane, not so dark. Forced to lose that flash. That's really all they lose down there on the bottom side.
Yeah, but a big HP advantage now for this bot lane. They could look to redive in just a second, but they're going to opt to just take this Scuttle Crab and move along with their day since Misfortune does have no mana. Well, pretty mana required champion, I'd say. Needs to get those auto resets especially, and some of that attack speed steroids. So in the meantime, top lane going to go towards the grubs here for the side of Conduit. So kind of just keeping the trends. Dorado focusing on these drags while Conduit fine to take these grubs in these scenarios, but it's not going to be so easy to get much use out of these as compared to last game. So
yeah, and again, I think it's just a little bit of a slower game here. I think these teams are happy to just trade objective for now. I don't think either team is incredibly favored scaling one way or another. I would say probably Conduit Esports a little bit more just because Aphelios Ivern in the late game is going to be so scary alongside that Cassio, but for the most part, it's just going to be casual stuff for now, as Nation actually doing a little bit of invading and taking away some camps here on the top side.
Yeah, and this is what Ivern's good at, especially into these tank matchups, so I'd say a pretty big call out. But they did pick Sejuani into the Ivern, so they knew what they were signing up for. The invades are just gonna come through, so we'll see how far ahead Ivern can get. One of those champs that really does benefit from being super accelerated, because this faster you could get the Moonstone. Yeah, nothing's really changed about Ivern. The faster you get the Moonstone, the better you are. Yeah, so just gonna be able to claim these up and should hit level 6 quite soon. Yep, right there on that wave. Yep.
Good call there, and now Sonic Samurai's gonna walk up to the top side. Joe's gonna be like, "Hey, where the heck are all my camps?" As Walk Warlock and Dom's trading up here on the top side. Walk Warlock getting a little low on mana, but I have to assume that they've got presence of mind to be trading this aggressively into the Aatrox. Ultimate's available for both of them, and this is kind of the thing with Urgot. If you don't dodge that ultimate, you are just playing with 25% less HP. Because if he gets that pull, you're dead. It's just gonna happen.
I will say Aatrox quite good at like preventing the HP threshold from actually coming through. Obviously has a ton of lifesteal, which is always a big counter to Urgot, since you can lifesteal above that threshold. But you know, still you can't let yourself get that low, and it's not exactly so easy when there's the big boy Urgot on you.
So Dark, I don't think he realized that minion was autoing him, but he is sitting on a ward currently, so should be able to realize that in just about a second here. But for now, yeah, no first blood yet. I think this is our latest first blood of the series so far. We're rounding on just about 9 minutes. It's just been objectives and health bars traded, some summoners here and there, but no blood so far.
Yeah, and if you're Trash Panda, you're happy about this. The Aphelios wants to scale up as safely as possible. You don't want any action anytime. Actually, you don't want action the entire game if you're being fair.
You want action when you get level 16 and you have 6 items and you have Infernal ulti and you want all 5 enemies to just stand right there.
Exactly. That's the Aphelios life right now. Such a brittle champion, just gets completely shut down.
Yeah, I heard they were actually had a rework intended for him, or at least a miniature rework intended for him in the near future. I think 1416, 1417 was what Freak mentioned.
Yeah, I saw that, and every Aphelios main just screamed. It was kind of funny. Like,
yeah, I think the exact words he used were like more Jinx-like gameplay, where it's going to be pressing Q to swap between guns, and man, that would suck, because Aphelios is such an interesting champion design, and I don't think he's really problematic in terms of like balance or in terms of gameplay. He was imbalanced when he came out first, but they've done a generally pretty good job of tuning down his numbers. As Riv 60 getting engaged on here on the bottom side. I asked for blood and we might have found it. As it's going to be Sunrise getting knocked up. There's that depth charge. Every single ultimate's going to be popped here. Sunrise is going to be able to flash away with low HP, but it's the bullet time trading back. It's first blood for Socks, but immediately Riv strikes back with a kill in return.
Yeah, Trash Panda I think messed up there. Actually did the Severum ult instead of the white gun. Sorry, I don't know the names. Yeah, there you go, Chakram ult. So didn't get any extra damage on top of that, but don't think that mattered that much. But nice chunk there. So yeah, this is. I mean, that's kind of how fights are gonna go. You need to figure out how to find Rift 60.
Whoa, a little bit of strutting to get them away from that Winter's Bite from Not So Dark. We have Crescendum is actually the green sniper gun, if I remember right. It's Crescendum and then Severum, and then it's Chakram, Gravitum, Infernum. I did my homework and memorized all of the gun names. And now to hear that he might be reworked and those guns might be going away, it hurts.
Well, I think the guns will stick around. I think the main thing is they don't want him to be a burst mage.
No, it's not. Calibrum is the rifle, not Crescendum. Crescendum is the gun.
But yeah, they want him to get away from like burst assassin 80 carry type gameplay, which, to be fair, that is what he does. So, you know, I'm not that opposed, and Aphelios is unfortunately not that popular of a champion.
He's got dedicated mains, but that's really about it. You see him in pro play every once in a while when the meta favors him, but oftentimes you're thinking like, why would I pick Aphelios when Jinx is right there?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, right. Yeah, going into the top side, I mean, Walk Warlock, we saw last game. Early game, not so easy, but, you know, Sejuani is right there, so just gotta feel confident to just walk forward there.
It is going to be the Dragon started up by Conduit Esports here with Islamic Samurai spending a little bit too much time around the top side, so it will be Dragons even across the board, Grubs even across the board, Gold about 600 in favor of Conduit, and we've got a Chemtech Soul for game number 3. Oh, that's the one that everybody wants to fight for, that's for...
Oh yeah, I love Chemtech Soul, 11% resistances, let's go.
Sunrise doesn't get that hook in onto Not So Dark. Trash Panda takes a little bit of a chunk there from the double up plus auto combo. It is a completed item now for Riv 60. The Essence Reaver finished, as they're going to maybe look for an engage onto Trash Panda. Actually, flash forward from Islamic Samurai, trash away from by Trash Panda. No cleanse on this Aphelios. Here comes that bullet time, and the Unstoppable not there. Unbreakable not available for Not So Dark, which means that bang, 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 down goes the Aphelios.
And it starts. Trash Panda feeling the Aphelios treatment, currently gets engaged on by the Nautilus. This is why I cannot, even if Aphelios is really strong, it's just so hard to recommend when you don't have like the supreme protection squad.
You have no mobility, you've got no like self-cleanse for yourself. If there's going to be a knockup, you can't buffer away from that ulti. You're just going to get hit by the depth charge. And if Brawl isn't standing in front of you, you're going to get hit by the hook. And then the bullet time's going to come through, and then you're going to die.
Yeah, that's why I think I even would have been okay with seeing Tom Kench in this game. I think it could have still worked out in a similar manner, but maybe even better. You know, considering you're mainly just trying to dodge 2 ultimates in particular, so that's good enough for Tom Kench in this scenario, but it's still tough to actually make that call since Braum is a lot better of a champion currently. But you're picking Aphelios, which is not the best champ anyways, so I'd say you gotta make it work.
Trash Panda has been having a pretty decent series. It has been mostly on the Ashe, so we will have to see if this gameplay is going to clean up at all, as Dobbs is going to force the flash out of Walk Warlock there in the top side. No ulti used, or no ulti available for Dobbs, and no flash used. So Summoner Spell advantage up there in the top side means that now Nation, feeling confident with that top side and mid lane priority, is just going to turn to the Herald.
Yeah, and now they're going to just take this Herald, more top lane focus. They ended up trading 3 grubs apiece for this game. You know, 1 drag for 1 grub, 1 set of grubs, both sides of this game. So, you know, gonna be pretty even. But the Rift Herald will go the way of Conduit, or will it?
Toxic Thighs being forced out a little bit here as Efron is spotting out this Herald take. Smite available. Nation will finally grab that one, but I think he's gonna have to give his life in exchange for picking up that eye.
But 5 people committed is just crazy. You're giving up the entire bot lane turret. Yes, the plates are not there, but this turret is dead. Actually, TP's gonna come through, but Aatrox might be able to cancel it. Gets through barely.
Yeah, we'll get there. He's gonna pick up the flip onto Trash Panda, who's now tanking turret. Overstepped Walk Warlock! Somehow manages that kill. I think it must have just been a straight auto attack from either Infernum that just fell off or the Gravitum. As he's tanking turret, which means that, yeah, I think the Trash Panda, he ulted there. That must have been what grabbed turret aggro.
I mean, that is just unfortunate. I feel like they had such a big opportunity there, but no, they're just going to go down, and Trash Panda just gets 1 shot, basically, from 1 flip there. So I guess well played from Walk Warlock, but pretty unfortunate. But that's just the trend showing itself. It's not going to get easier. You saw the Xerath ult also on top of that. Yeah, I mean, even holding this wave, trying to bait in Socks to Thighs, and it's going to work.
Has to flash away. That depth chart still online for Sunrise, so they'll be able to get that auto down, but with Nation in the area, I don't think Sunrise wants to walk any further forward, so they are just going to walk away from that play, take the free flash, and walk out.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, across the board, first items are getting completed. We're seeing Zeke's on Sejuani. This is the adaptation you kind of have to make if you want to get a stronger early game, because Warmogs did get that nerf, so... and Zeke is also a very strong item on Sejuani in particular. You get to have a little bit better of a threshold to kill, surprisingly. So definitely some big opportunities there. And then first item redemption, no surprise there. Ivern, always an abuser of that item. And then we're actually going to see Essence Reaver on the Misfortune. I'm not too sure on the Misfortune tech, so I'm not sure if this is optimal, but I'm gonna trust the player here. So Riv picking that up first.
Yeah, I am interested by the build path of Trash Panda here. Probably could have had the Infinity Edge completed by now, but opted to sidestep for this Vampiric Scepter, just for a bit of extra lane sustain. I'm wondering how that delayed power spike is going to work out, especially given that they're already pretty far behind us. Riv 60 is already halfway to this Infinity Edge now, second onto the Misfortune, and when she picks up that item, she really starts to pop off with that bullet time.
Yeah, it is not getting much easier for... Trash Panda. I think the lead is quite substantial here for Riv 60, so we're gonna see, will Aphelios magic happen? You know, the original year of 2020 champion.
2020 champion, 200 years of game design experience. Now maybe contesting this dragon. Sox supplies over that wall. You saw him spotted on vision there by Sunrai. Looking for a potential angle into the fight off this blast cone, but just gonna get a little poke into Sunrai in the meantime. This dragon still on its way down, and now Islamic Samurai wants to weigh in. It's a great catch by Not So Dark to stop the engage with a beautiful glacial fissure. Sox Defies gets a free hit now onto the Casio. It's a double kill for Sox. What a play by Not So Dark.
Yeah, Not So Dark MVP status right there, blocking everything for the mid laner. That is what a support is supposed to do, so extremely well played there. And Soxatai, kind of pumping out the damage, gets caught out a little bit, but, good coordination there to make sure that they do end up winning that fight and claiming the second dragon of the game here for themselves. So this is the first time they really have tempo on these Drakes, since the last 2 games have just been Dorado all the way for these souls. So we'll see if they're able to actually contest them in that way.
Yeah, it looks like a fantastic engage there for Dorado. Islamic Samurai finding the angle onto Sox. But again, like we said, hang on. Trash Panda died bottom lane. He died for the tower, so I'm assuming he gave his life to give first tower blood.
I mean, you do get slightly more gold for that, but as we said, the Aphelios is already so far behind. I don't know if you want to actually doing that. The bot lane turret isn't going to go anywhere. You can come back. You can pick it up eventually later in the game, but now you're going to afford even more gold over to Riv 60. But here's the replay on this play. Soxatai going forward to actually do damage onto Sunrai.
Yeah. Watch this catch by Not So Dark on this hook. What a jump from the Braum. Immediately gets that unbreakable up afterwards. Incredible play from him.
Yeah, and then also puts down the knockup on top. Nice Glacial Fissure to at least stop any follow-up from potentially happening. And Riv 60 forced to flash away. Not So Dark really doing it all there. So, well played indeed. And now a bit of attention towards bot lane. Not So Dark already in the area. Does have Glacial Fissure in about 5 seconds.
Is here, but I don't think they want a 3v3 with this Casio currently. As long as Samurai does have that passive on, so we'll be able to walk away unslowed and unscathed for now. As Efron loses a lot of HP to Trash Panda, but now that Right of the Arcane is called up. But Trash Panda has some fancy footwork. He's going to be able to sidestep 3 out of the 4 shots. Pretty happy with that one. Flashing forward, put the Gravitum on the Moonblade Mitchell, but he doesn't get the damage!
It's good.
Trash Panda, no! It's a disaster!
Oh no, Trash Panda just now back-to-back deaths. This is where it feels real bad. I mean, oh no. I mean, this is just a disaster. We'll just cut away. That happened. We accepted that it happened.
I think it must have been either he thought he had Q off of cooldown to get that last hit, or he was trying to red ult for some extra health and get that last auto for the kill. But either way, something went wrong there, and Trash Panda doesn't manage to find the solo on Efron there, and is just going to extend that lead in the bottom lane further. It's 1.5 items to chew. It's not looking good for the Conduit AD carry.
Yeah, it's going to have to be from somewhere else this game, I think. Casio, Aatrox, somebody. I mean, Trash Panda's still relevant. Infinity Edge is a prominent item that does make champions quite strong, but when I think about it, it's out of Trash Panda's hands.
Yeah, Trash Panda is going to be here for some Gravitums every once in a while, and maybe a good Infernal if the angle is there, but your consistent AD carry is probably going to be either Dobbs or Sox Defies, because Aphelios is going to need a long time now to get online.
Yeah. And Aphelios is not necessarily a weak laner. I've seen people, it's just very difficult to execute the laning phase, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
There's a reason the best player in Aphelios is extremely feared in AD carry. This champion is.
It's that champion where if you're really good at it, you know your gun combos, you know how to auto space, you can run a game over. But if you're kind of first timing it, if you're not as experienced, you might just have moments like that where you think you have a lethal, but you just don't have the experience on it to find it. It's another Right of the Arcane opened up here on Sox Defies. Does have that Seraph Shield, so I don't think really in lethal range, but 3 out of 5 shots hitting there for Efron. Not too bad on that Seraph. Just forcing Sox Defies out of position here. Sunrai might be able to look for an engage on him. I don't think they want this, and Sox Defies just a little too slippery on the snake, slithering out of that one just fine.
Yeah, and I think Efron's been looking a lot more comfortable in this game. Doesn't have to deal with Ashe anymore, which I feel like was a big pain point for Efron in particular. So I think so far I'm pretty encouraged by Dorado, and I think they have a good foothold in this game. They just need to, find a couple more Drakes and really extend their pressure advantage here.
And again, it's kind of that question in the draft of like, hey, why didn't we pick up the Ashe on that first pick? The Aphelios is not bad for Trash Panda. I think it's a fine champion if you know how to run it, but the Ashe has been so successful for Conduit Esports over the course of this series, and it's just looked so good for Trash Panda. Even having those hypey moments where you can flash forward, continue the slows, the Enchanted Crystal arrows across the map have looked fantastic, as Not So Dark maybe getting engaged on, still tanky on the Braum, still hanging on to that Unbreakable, so not in threat. But yeah, the Ashes look really good for Trash Panda. I wonder why we don't just pick that one up again, and why we opt for the Aphelios here in this game number 3.
Yeah, and especially not first pick. Aphelios is a champion now that requires more specific conditions, and I'm saying that as long as Samurai is looking for something, but yeah, it requires more specific conditions that are a little bit more safe. If I see a Nautilus, I'm not picking this champion. Straight up. If Orn's still open, I'm not picking this champion either. So it's more like maybe an R3, and then you ban away the Orn, you ban away the Nautilus, stuff like that. Like, that's a possibility, but having it right after you just saw a Nautilus get locked in is a little bit too brave.
Yeah, we will have to see how this works out for Trash Panda as we're setting up for another Dragon pick. Do have this this Chemtech Dragon available. Conduit Esports wants to set themselves to the soul point, but Dorado maintaining pressure here in mid lane, just keeping things available for them. A flank angle potentially for Dobbs as he spots out that vision. And again, like I said, this is going to be a slower game. These players are nervous here, I think, in this game number 3. They're waiting for opportunities. They are looking for punishes. They don't want to be a player who makes that big mistake, who loses the series for their team.
Yeah, but they do have the advantage on the positioning here. But once again, they're pushing mid. They're going to actually get the turret here. And now, you know, you're seeing Conduit kind of be indecisive. They should have just committed on the Drake as soon as they saw this mid lane turret.
Nation getting engaged on is just absolutely deleted. Not So Dark not able to be a hero this time around, despite a great Glacial Fissure. Trash Panda gets a nice sniper ulti. Now Dobbs is on the backline. This might be the turn that Conduit Esports were looking for, but Warlock gets the execute on it. Immediately gets shut down thanks to that turret from Trash Panda. So it ends up being an even trade overall, 2 for 2. Junglers not alive for Conduit, but there for Dorado. But Conduit manages to retain control of the pit, and the Dragon will not fall either way.
Yeah, pretty good there for Conduit nonetheless, but they did lose the turret, so the gold actually still ends up even anyways, despite that play. And yeah, I mean, the Drag's still up, so the fight's going to continue in just a second after everyone gets their resets, so yeah.
Yeah, it is just going to be a 2 for 2 at the end of that fight, and still have time to play for all of these players. For how explosive I think the first 2 games were, it is while it is a little surprising to see the game slow down this much. Like I said, it's not that surprising for a game number 3. I'm just curious as to where this first mistake and where the first punish is going to be for either side. Are we going to see us flubbed engage from Dorado, or are we going to see a great punish again by Conduit Esports? Because it's a very tight game right now. The gold lead is literally dead even between the teams. The Dragons won over to Conduit Esports in extra. Grubs are even. Towers are even. This is as tight as a game can be at 25 minutes.
Yeah. And once again, we're just going to fight over this Drake. Luckily, they're actually shoving out mid here for Conduit, so they have a bit of an advantage. Nice hook onto...
They're looking onto Not So Dark. He does have an Unbreakable, though, so a very difficult target to engage on. Here comes that Rite of the Arcane looking for some extra poke onto Not So Dark, and Trash Panda can't find too much damage out of it, though. Dobbs maybe looking for an engage now onto Sunrai. Pretty beefy onto this Aatrox. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't find that much value. Now Sunrai looking for an engage. There's that Unbreakable again. Not So Dark tanking it up for the team. Warlock will trade it 1 for 1 as Sunrai falls as well. Now all the members just disengage again. It's 1 for 1 traded support for support. But Conduit Esports maintain control of this pit.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to get this drag at least. But in the meantime, Dorado is already making a big push onto this mid lane, and that's going to be another tier 2. That's 550 gold into the pockets of Dorado here. And they're just going to walk it out, but it's a tough trade nonetheless.
Up to soul point, though, and I think giving the Ivern Cassio team heal and shield power and tenacity versus Sejuani versus Nautilus versus the Xerath as well, I think it starts to get scary. I think if you give them this third dragon, these Conduit Esports carries are going to be a lot harder to lock down than you initially expect them to be.
Yeah. Now, I think Conduit has to find... They want to find a fight here.
Dobbs wants to look for his long samurai. They get that root down onto the Sejuani. Dobbs in that World Ender form wants to find the knockups, but Islamic Samurai with the blue pet just a little bit too fast, drifting on the Poro, able to walk away, but it's now going to get collapsed on. We'll finally get knocked out. Trash Panda will find that kill, and now no jungler, like you said, means that Baron up and available, but hang on, teleports are coming through. Walk Warlock is going to force the TP out of Dobbs, threatening the base there and slowing down this Baron take for Conduit Esports.
Yeah, but it should still be a nice Baron situation here, but Not So Dark getting caught kind of early.
Unbreakable used very early. Bullet time available for Riv 60. It's just a matter of where that angle is, and here it comes. Bop, 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 bop. There goes down Not So Dark. While Warlock keeping Dobbs busy on the side, and now with that Fear Beyond Death, pulled back by the Umbral Chains, I think the only thing that saves the rest of the Conduit Esports members, as the Moonlight Vigils goes absolutely nowhere for Trash Panda, and now the rest of Conduit Esports force on the run. Warlock wants to chase them down. Efron keeping the poke up and just melting these health bars. And it's a Baron just waited by Dorado. Maybe they can turn on to win themselves, but I think they're just looking for the recalls.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate on the fight there. I feel like Not So Dark could have strafed out, but just got body blocked a bit by Ivern, it looked like, so that's a little bit tough. Gets taken down immediately, and then after that, Dobbs is just too far forward after the fight kind of settles a bit, and yeah, it's just going to be another stalemate fight. And you know, I will say one thing about this series, it's always felt close. The gold lead never really straying past that 4K mark. Probably the biggest gold lead of all series is like 3.5K. So you know, I'd say both these teams pretty well matched regardless, but we're seeing kind of two different sides of the same coin. Misfortune is going to be the strong point here for Dorado, while Cassio really is powerful, but couldn't really find anything with the Petrifying Gaze in that last fight. So that'll need to change if they do want to win these next fights.
Yeah, again, I do think it is nerves here for these players. They want to find these perfect angles. They want to find these great engages, but they're just not being offered up. Their opponents on both sides are just a little bit too high skilled to give them these options. I think both these teams have been playing well. It's just going to be a matter of who has that edge at the end of the day, who's going to take this series home.
Yeah, and they're giving themselves a lot of vision kind of too early for this Drake. I mean, your wards will die, so they're going to need to stick in this area, need to get a reset on Nautilus as well. I want to continue, but Not So Dark in a bad position.
Not So Dark has to be careful. Has that Unbreakable up. Ready the Arcane getting plenty of damage. Trash Panda going to lose about half their HP. The ult from my Islamic Samurai will go wide. The Fear Beyond Death lands, though. That extra slow Rift 60 is just going to pop his head off with the shot. And now 80 carryless. This might finally be the time for Dorado to look to turn to the Baron.
Yeah, guys. No, really playable on Aphelios here. Just claim the Baron here. I mean, it should be obvious. Like, Braum has to position in such a way where Aphelios doesn't get caught out, and that really has been hard for Not So Dark, where a lot of times he's just been taking the fall because this champion is so frail. So they're gonna be looking for a fight.
They're looking for re-engage. Nation's in the pit. It's a smite fight to find the Baron, and Nation will get the steal for Conduit Esports. Remus forced to flash away. Not So Dark's trying to get that Glacial Fissure down on him, but he can't find it. But it's traded 1-for-1 in the pit as they'll find Islamic Samurai. Jungle traded for Jungler. Baron buff on 3. Conduit Esports with the heist going to pick it up.
Yeah, and they're able to actually go all the way down to this dragon side too. They, you know, I talked about how those wards will die pretty soon, so they don't exactly have the best foothold here. They're gonna at least see the recall here, so they know it's safe to go and place more wards down before this drag does come up. But Baron is a big advantage. They need to kind of shove these waves. They still have the mid tier 1 up, and that they should actually go and find it if they do want to win this kind of engagement.
Yeah, a huge pickup there for Nation. I think really keeping the team in the game with that steal, because even if they can't get any value out of the Baron, it's the lack of value that Dorado will get by not having the Baron. Say that 5 times fastest. Efron's gonna teleport out here, but Soxathias does have the ulti, so it is just gonna be canceled out, and that's a quick pickup for the Cassie.
Yeah, they do afford some space here in mid, so Dorado actually has the inside track to get this dragon and stop the soul. So that's at least one thing that they do trade for the mid laner here. So I'd say pretty much worth it, because at this point you have the Baron anyways, and you need to kind of change how, you know, you need to kind of distract them a bit. I wouldn't say I'd throw my body out, but it definitely does work as a bit of a distraction to claim up this dragon.
Yeah, it will deny the soul again for Conduit Esports. They won't manage to find that extra value. Man, I know we were conflating a little bit between the games about how long this broadcast had already been and going to game 3 with these teams going this long. I'm here for it. This is an absolute banger, and these teams are fighting tooth and nail to come out and take sole possession of first place. It's been an incredible show so far.
Yeah, this would be sole possession. Remember, there is a head-to-head clause, so if they end up tied in the standings, which is kind of unlikely after this head-to-head, that whoever has the head-to-head, they would actually end up winning. But Warlock, just gonna walk up, nothing really gonna happen here, and you know, getting a bit of side lane pressure here from the Casio, they're able to claim up some of the standing gold for themselves, and you know, now's when the gold lead starts to go in their favor a bit more. But we're getting to the point where gold doesn't matter as much, but Aphelios definitely still needs it. 2.5 items, while the Misfortune's at 3, probably headed towards 3.5 at this point, and yeah, only 1k down, not too bad, but the jungle lead for the Ivern 2k is pretty substantial. Obviously, Sejuani doesn't care, but having an Ivern, at least in the game, is always a scary threat. And,
yeah, the gold's pretty tight across all the members. I think really except that mid lane is where the lead is at its highest, about 3k in favor of Sox Defies, who has been having, as much as we talked about 80 carries and supports and junglers, Sox Defies has been having an incredible series. Even in their losses, has been finding a lot of value on these mid laners. And now is being a bright shining spot for this Conduit Esports team, stepping up to carry when members like Trash Panda and Dobbs are falling just that little bit short. It's good to know that you have a mid laner that you really can rely on.
Yeah, I feel like Sox Defies has been extremely, you know, influential throughout this series. I think definitely had Efron's number throughout this. And, you know, we talked about a brother matchup quite a while ago. Sox Defies and Warlock, of course, brothers here, so I feel like this is going to be a pretty sour loss to whichever one of these two loses. It'll be a constant poking point for at least a week or two. So I think the bragging points enough are motivation for both these players. 7-1, 5-1. You're seeing real all-stars right there. So
yeah, heck, maybe even all the way up into the playoffs, because I think this is a matchup that we're kind of expecting to see either in a semifinals or a finals match, because it's either. A lot of the talk has been it's either Conduit Dorado or Dorado TFF or TFF Conduit for that top spot here in the league. They've been neck and neck in those top 3 spots for the entirety of the season, pretty much from week 1. And now it's just a matter of how much can you show it coming into these last couple of weeks, how much of the lead can you extend yourself coming into playoffs.
Yeah, both teams at this point feel a bit scared. They don't want to be the one to make the mistake. And I think for both of these teams, they really are just playing for this next Baron in a minute 30. I think that's going to be pretty influential, but I don't know why, but I just have a feeling it's going to go to Soul and then an Elder at this point, just because we do have Aphelios in the game. That is how that goes. And there's no real easy engage for the side of Conduit, so it really is just onus onto Dorado.
Ooh, plus 8k gained off of that Baron buff, and I called it out as like, hey, you know, at the very least, Dorado's not getting too much value out of the Baron buff. You've got the steal, so you deny all that extra gold. I wasn't expecting Conduit to come out with that much of a gold lead through it. That's really nice to play.
Yeah, that is quite impressive. It does put them back in the game kind of firmly, and it means that they will have some advantage going into this next one. But, I mean, at this point, they're just looking for Dobbs, and I think he might go down. He has no opportunity to TP out either.
He's got the World Ender, but I don't think he's going to be ending anything in this 1v4 except himself. He'll finally get knocked down eventually, I want to say, but he's healing a lot. He's going to force the flash out of Ramp 60. What a hero, Dobbs, making the play exciting at the very least.
Could have been a kill, and if that's a kill, then your Misfortune's down for Baron, and that could have been extremely free here for Conduit. So, you know, playing around the Sundered Sky win condition there very well, almost making it so that Conduit gets a free Baron here. They're still going to go on it, but this is a pretty tough call to make. Urgot already in the area, and with the TP coming on top, they should peel up top. They don't want to have this fight 4v5.
Oh, Sox Defies got slowed up by Warlock is going to be forced to lose that flash. Pretty big cooldown to lose, and now the Baron leashed up. It's just going to be Dorado walking into the pit saying, hey, thanks for the leash, but keep your eyes on Nation. Watch this Ivern over the wall. We've seen him steal it once already this series. It would be a hell of a thing to see him steal again, but Dorado obviously worried about it as much as we are, so they are just going to walk away from it. But now it's Conduit's turn to just walk back to the pit and say, hey, thank you for the objective. We're going to start it up ourselves.
Yeah, Misfortune went straight to the Dragon. This is a free call here for Conduit. Extremely impressive. Must have seen
Oh, Sunrise.
Misfortune on the roam.
Potentially grounded. No ability to flash. Teleport used by Dobbs just to make sure that Sunrise is sent to the grave. Dorado will eat up the Dragons, but losing your Baron, losing your support, and now potentially losing a lot of top lane value here. It's a risky spot for Dorado to be in.
Yeah, but now it's going to be another 4v5. Soxsize does have TP to join up after clearing this mid wave, but they do have a bit of a window here to find something.
Yeah, the siege is going to begin. I will say, though, there is a decent amount of wave clear here for Dorado. Warlock is able to walk up to these waves pretty freely, and Efron can clear from afar. So the siege pretty difficult here for Conduit without Soxtifies in the area. He did recall to start pushing in that mid lane wave, and now the rest of Conduit just trying to find some value here on the top side while they get these waves kind of synced up. You know, this is almost it.
Yeah, they're looking for something, but this is just too hard to actually break through. But in the meantime, Soxtifies finding some pressure across the map, and it doesn't even look like Dorado has registered this is happening.
It's going to be engaged, not so dark. Does have that Unbreakable, is going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Tanked up off of that ulti from Warlock. He doesn't manage to find any value out of it, and he's the one who gets shut down as it's Trash Panda finding that last hit. Helios, 3 items fully online. You have to respect that despite some of the performances earlier in this game, this champ is now here and ready to perform. Conduit Esports are going to knock down that turret, start to knock down the inhibitor as well. It's 5-on-4. Warlock not around. Oh, hang on, Efron snipes down Nation. Now maybe the rest of Conduit is in trouble. They're looking for Soxtifies. They're going to shut him down as long as Samurai finds that last hit. Efron, no mana available, or else we'll be free firing away here onto this back line. Just needs one auto to get that mana active. Samurai can't get in with the flash, so the rest of Conduit Esports will be able to escape, but they lose a lot for that Baron push.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge pickoff there for Efron, and I will say, Warlock just a little bit too overconfident, goes forward, gets immediately blown up, didn't find any value. You know, as soon as you miss the Fear Beyond Death, you should just know not to go in, but still feels confident, goes in, gets taken down, and that really opens up the map. But, you know, a bit of a mistake there, Efron finding and claiming that as his own. So, I mean, pretty impressive that they are at least able to hold on, but 4K gold lead here for Conduit, and Helios have 4 items, and Misfortune is pretty much even in gold at this point, so that lead is all but dust.
Yeah, insane to think about how the early laning phase went for Riv and Sunrise down there on the bottom side, and now Trash Panda has managed to catch up in item value. I will say I think the Shield Bow has a little bit less value than the Essence Reaver in terms of damage and in terms of items in general, but getting to that 75% crit is still 75% crit. It is 75% for both of these 80 carries. They're still missing that last item for each other, just trying to get to that 100% mark, I'd assume. I think especially for these crit ADCs, getting that 100% marker is such a huge deal.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now, I mean, at this point, gold doesn't really matter that much, and, you know, Ivern, very powerful, going to go towards a little bit more AP at this point, and, you know, as long as they get to these objectives first, it's going to be pretty hard. Well, I think that's actually the only scenario that matters, is that they get to objectives first, Conduit, because obviously they don't have the engage, so they need Dorado to actually be walking into them if they actually want to find these fights, but they're going to look for a bit of a damage onto Islamic Samurai. Not going to find much, but Efron gets chunked.
Yeah, Efron has to be a little bit more careful, I think, with all of the poke that comes through from Trash Panda here. It is really their only poke when Trash Panda has a green gun, so it's their only real sieging opportunity, but without a Baron buff, they're just, I think, stalling for time for this dragon to come up, making sure that Dorado doesn't have a chance to walk into their own jungle, to start clearing out wards, to start getting vision in this dragon area.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have drafted quite the death ball comp, I'd say. And it's been death ball comps all across the board for the last 2 games as well, so, you know, these are the team's identities, and I think there's a reason they're at the top of the table, because that is a consistent playstyle. There's a reason it's called the NA playstyle, to be honest.
The NA RAM.
Yeah, because you just 5v5 and you hope you outscaled them at some point and you win these games. But these are the kinds of games where it's hard to tell who's really outscaling who. Obviously, I think on the side of Conduit, you know,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the chat here. Run back Conduit Esports versus Dorado, as the Dorado coach is going to perish of stress-related causes. as now it's a battle of mid lane control again. Dorado has done a great job of managing wave states here and making sure that Conduit has to be careful of their base and has to be careful of the way they manage these mid lane waves, because they're stepping towards the pit, but one good push from Dorado at this point in the game can really just end it, as Efron's going to pop that right in the arcane, get a little bit of extra poke, provide some vision. Now teleport's coming in for Warlock, but it's an Asian just grabbing that smite down, which means that the Chemtech Soul is confirmed for Conduit. Now it's a matter of how can they get out, how can they manage to find a fight. This is a huge one time from the AD carry of Dorado. Sunrise getting chased down by Sauce Device. That Chemtech Dragon is putting in so much work for them. It's red and purple Guts and Rebellious, like you said, it's not finding that much value, but Sauce dies over the wall, getting the deletion on the enemy carry, but immediately gets shut down in return. It's a 3 for 2 overall, as the rest of the members are trying to escape with what little health bars they have left.
Wow, what a fight there from Dorado, but it still ends up not being the worst here for Conduit. They still find 2 kills on the back end and at least claim the soul, but as I said earlier in this game, I really feel like it's going to go to Elder. I don't think any of these teams want to be the ones to make the mistake. And I think we're just going to stall for 5 minutes, to be honest. We might find another fight at Baron, but with how this game's been going, it's just going to be a couple people traded before finally making it out. So.
Oh man, this sure is a series of all time here. Dorado and Conduit Esports are making it entertaining for us at the very least, as Nation did manage to claim Soul there off the back of his team, just absolutely bursting this one down, as you can see in the replay here.
Yeah, they just completely shred it. There's no one in the area, so they just claim it immediately. And then this is the part that kind of changes how the fight is structured. Not So Dark's going to blast Plant Sunrise into the backline there. A huge ultimate into the Misfortune. Bullet time there is going to find the damage. Toxicide just chasing through into Sunrise. And Riv 60 now in a kind of bad position, gets just immediately taken down by the
Petrifying Gaze, the Casio, just absolutely deleting that AD carry. Bloodthirster be damned, you can't auto attack and heal if you're stunned and grounded and just get one shot.
Yep, and yeah, this is a game of all time. We're going 50-minute banger at this rate, not gonna lie. So
has it been 40 minutes plus for all 3 games in this series?
I think, yeah, game 2 barely made it past 40 minutes. So I'd say that's a pretty safe assumption that every game is gonna go the distance, I think, at this point. So
yeah, now it's just gonna be a matter of, will the team with Soul lose again? Because the only Souls we've seen, I think, over the course of this series have been on the losing side for these teams, but now it's going to be Dorado marching up the mid lane, trying to keep that mid lane pressure on, as Efron's continuing to lay down poke. This is nearly a full build Xerath now, and the damage that they provide cannot just be, like, you know, ignored or sweated off. These pokes are going to start to land, and they're really going to start to hurt, as long as it's on anybody but Trash Panda.
Yeah, I mean, how much more do we have to say? They're going to stall out for this Elder. Someone might find a pick, because they just don't have any engage on the side of Conduit. They're just walking around, and Dorado has to respond in some way every single time. So, you know, I mean, these fights have been kind of wild, but I think it's been the same tale the entire time for Dorado, at least. If Riv is alive, fights are won. If Riv dies, fights are lost. So it really does come down to this MF in this game, I think. Obviously has a lot more protection with the Nautilus, the Sejuani, these champions that are so beefy, has a bit more room to actually be able to put down this bullet time on top, but I
think we're now really at the point in the game where the gold absolutely does not matter.
Not
Characters are at nearly full build or at full build, as Trash Panda just has a half of an item left to go. Nation's on full build. Socks Defies has 6 items. Efron's nearly on 6. At this point, the only people who don't have full builds are people who need, like, either wards or they just have had 0 econ for this game. People like Islamic Samurai or Not So Dark Samurai.
Yeah, and this is the kind of game where it's just fireworks. We're getting to the point where these support players are going to be buying their cash in on the control wards.
Their third whole item. Oh my god!
They're almost at their control ward stone. So we'll see.
Support economy is pain. It hurts. It sucks so bad.
Well, there's a reason they're playing engage. Here we go. We're gonna get the Baron at least started up before this drag is gonna come up, and there's no one really in the area.
They do have the Right of the Arcane from Efron if they want to start getting a little scouting. There is Pops. You can see the vision immediately toggled on, but this fight's already there for Nation. It's already knocked down, but now they're going to try and fight through the Baron buff anyway. Bullet time is going to land. Nation's going to get out of it just in time. It's not so dark. It's putting up a huge wall in front of the squad. They've already knocked down Sunrise, and now the rest of Dorado is forced to run. Scared. Efron has to flash away. A questionable engage there for Dorado as the soul was, or not the soul, the Baron was already confirmed there for Conduit. And now, what can they do with this Baron buff and with the minute-long death timers on these members of Dorado?
Yeah, I think they should be able to at least convert this into the Elder Drake, which should be a clean end, but I'm going to say never. Anything can really happen at this point, so...
Get us over 50. Hit us over that 50 mark. Let this be the longest game of the split. I have to assume that this is the longest game of the split at this point, as Conduit Esports are going to continue to open up the base of Dorado. They're going to take down inhibitor number 1, inhibitor number 2, make life very difficult for these Dorado members. Now it looks like they might actually want to continue the siege, but I'm not 100% sure they want to do that. Again, Elder's up in just about 20 seconds. If you want to find your recalls, now's the time, but Efron, Right of the Arcane, does not want to let him, but socks to thighs. Again, fancy footwork. He's not feeling too bad about it. Nation, he's burning, he's ticking, but he's got shields. He's okay. He should just be fine. He's got enough healing and shielding. He'll be just fine.
But then now they're resetting so late. Now tempo is afforded to Dorado. They might be able to just pick up this Elder Drake.
Wait,
Nation cannot
so
back.
much. He's healing so much, though. I don't think the back really matters. The Sunrise is going to try and find an engage, but it's immediately countered by Not So Dark. Sunrise, what are you doing, man? You can't find an engage there. You don't have your team. Now Walk Warlock is trying to walk over, trying to get on the back line. Red handling that bullet time, but it just doesn't do enough damage. He's not finding the targets. Dobbs is going to find Efron, and the rest of the members of Dorado run for the hills from Dobbs, from Trash Panda, from Nation, from the unstoppable onslaught that is the Phoenix. You may take them down once, but they will come back brighter. Conduit Esports Phoenix are going to take the game.
Yeah, it's over. Riv finally gets caught out at the end there, and the bullet time just doesn't land. There's no CC to layer because your Nautilus got caught, and now it's going to be, you know, a futile attempt here from Islamic Samurai, and Conduit basically locking first place in the Divinity League with this victory. 2-1 over Dorado.
They now, I think, actually tie game record with TFF Aftershock, who took a 2-0 win over TPO tonight. I think they are both going to be, if I'm doing my math right, 14-3? No, not 13-3. Although I think actually TFF, hang on, something's wrong with my math. I'll figure it out at some point, but I think Conduit Esports, at the very least, for them, this locks playoffs. Even if they lose every single other series that they have left, they're going to be in top 4, they're going to be in playoffs, we're going to be seeing them again.
Yeah, I mean, that was a game. Not gonna lie, that was a game where we've been on stream here this entire time, and it's just been a lot of back and forth. No, as I said, no gold lead really felt too extreme either way. There was no stomps, there was no real big clean snowballs from either of these teams, and I don't know whether to give props on that or not, because we like clean snowballs in some scenarios, but these teams were fighting back from disadvantageous positions, so, you know, I'd say props all around. There were some mistakes, notably from, you know, a couple individual mistakes that really kind of opened up the series, I'd say. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, they were across the board, but, you know, that is kind of the nature of where we are in Divinity League. It is fine to make mistakes, but how you pick up the pieces is the important part at the end of the day.
Yeah, mistakes are expected, but you have to be able to punish the mistakes that your opponents make as well. And at the end of the day, Conduit Esports comes out on top in this all-important series between them and Dorado Gaming Lambda. I think we are going to cut to a short break here. We'll see if we can't grab an interview with one of the winning members of the Conduit Esports squad. So one more time, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion, following the light that sets me free.
Got it. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the winning bottom lane from the Conduit Esports side. It is Trash Panda and Not So Dark. Congratulations, you two, on your victory and on, I believe, if I'm doing my math right, locking your spot in playoffs.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hard effort from myself in particular all season long. As this is the third game that I played with you guys. I played like one random jungle game at the beginning of the season, and you know what?
Yeah, not a full series, like the third game, like
Yeah, like just a one
individual
game.
All right, so I'm going to start us off simple. Let's go to Dark. Did your team have any like big expectations coming into this series? Expectations of like, oh, this is going to be a really tough matchup. Are we going to struggle in this one, or did you think it was just going to be over and done easy?
I think our history with Dorado has always been like we take our games to like really long 40-50 minute games. It all has been like a banger. If it's a best of 5, goes to 5 games, generally, right? But the confidence booster was on Friday. We played CPX played the same team except for obviously ADC's like swap because Panda's filling in for Manveer. But we played them in APL on Friday, and then we beat them there. So that was like a confidence booster. We're like, okay, this other Dorado team that we have to play on Titan Monday in 2 days, we're going in much more confident than we would have been.
Love to hear that. Love to hear it. Panda, for you, substituting in on such a series like this, an important one, again, the legacy of Conduit versus Dorado, as well as top standings for the teams. Did you feel any big pressure coming into the series?
Not really, because so the week before in APL we played Dorado and my Conduit team beat them, so I felt pretty confident coming into this. And this is a group of guys. I mean, we won BOL like 2 splits ago with this core group, so it was just kind of like riding a bike. I've been with these guys along the way for the last 6 or so months at this point as like a substitute kind of role, so just it felt pretty natural just plugging in and playing with the guys once again.
Love to hear that. I do want to ask about that Game 3 of Felios first pick. Was this just comfort for you? Because I felt like the Ashe had been such a great performance for you over the course of the series. Was it just like a comfort, like Game 3, I need this champion that I know really well, or was it something else in the draft?
So when I knew this was happening, we were kind of talking about it, and I said, hey, Manveer and I kind of share similar pools, so like just throw me on whatever you would throw Manveer on in this situation. And so we did the 2 Ashe games at the beginning of it. Had a little bit of a sad overstay in Game 2, and then Game 3 was like, I've played enough of Felios in my career at this point that like I feel pretty confident that we can just win on it in front to back. And it went way longer than anyone probably expected it to go at that point, and then we managed to pull it out in the end.
All right, Dark, this one's for you. Just about like Titan seems to have a pretty locked in top 4 between you guys, Dorado, and TFF. Do you have any particular dark horse pick to lock in that 4th spot? Do you think it's going to be Monkeys like everyone else seems to be, or do you have someone else in mind?
For sure, Monkeys has been on their up and up ever since they did the roster swap for mid lane, and I think their core has been playing for again a long time, same like us. So they definitely, for me, I would say they make the 4th spot, but I think their next week's matchup is against Baron Besties, which I think, they definitely beat us and Dorado back to back. And then, so I think if Baron Besties keeps what they're doing and they win from here on out, I think they should be able to grab that 4th spot. But again, if they beat Monkeys.
All right, Besties versus Monkeys, the match to watch. Now, for both of you, starting with Dark, before we get you out of here, any final shout-outs that you want to give, any players or coaches that you want to give a call out to, any sort of like challenges for finals or anything like that?
Definitely shout-outs, no challenges from me. Shout-outs from the whole team. I think top, jungle, mid, ADC, even Manveer, who's not here today. Absolutely amazing people. They're a blast to play with, and every time we lose a game, like everybody has their mind in the right place, and we're always talking about what we could improve on instead of like fighting with each other. So it's been a blast playing with these people, and also shout out to Conduit for having a great team.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Panda, anything for you?
Shout out to V8. I also shout out to the Conduit org, and then these guys for letting me fill in, and Manveer for offering support. I was trying to make it a little bit of a controversy as who should be starting at AD carry, but after like looking back and realizing, wow, I tried to flash ult a Xerath under turret, and I just completely like botched like the next 7 minutes of my life in that point. So that was pretty cool. So my team didn't flame me. They're pretty good guys. Really like them. Wish them the best of luck going forward.
Fantastic to hear. Again, congratulations on your win over Dorado, and congratulations for locking in playoffs. Thank you two so much for joining us, and thank you all for joining us in the audience. I've been What's Pretty Golden was my co-caster, Anti and Chris Sunga in the back, making sure production and everything runs as smoothly as possible. Again, thank you all so much for joining us, and we will catch you next week for more Divinity action. Have a good night.
Show any fear. I've town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around.